What's up, family, and welcome to yet another episode of the Church Systems Podcast. Man, if you've been rocking with us for a minute, you know that we're here to make sure you have the tools that you need to really thrive and succeed in the ministry that God has called you to, and we want to help you do that. And that's really the heart of what we do, and that's really the intent behind everything that we do. And so we're going to continue to do that today. I got another episode for you that I think is going to be great. I'm going to give you some help. Or better yet, I'm going to show you how to find real help. You know, man, we live in an age where there are a lot of, the best way I can say that, there's a lot of scams out there. There are a lot of charlatans out there. There are a lot of things out there that want you to pay for help, that want you to do all these other things for help. But the question is, do they really help? And then on the flip side, there are some programs out there, there are some different things out there, some different tools out there that really are valuable. They've helped a lot of people, but just because they've helped people doesn't mean that they'll help you. And so today I'm going to help you see how you can decide which programs are helpful to you. For those of you who haven't met, my name is Henry Tober. I'm the owner and founder of Simple Systems Consulting, and we help you grow the church without burning out or without using complicated marketing. And so today I want to jump right into this, man, because I'll tell you, over the years that I've been involved in ministry for the past 20 years or so now, especially when I became a church planter on my own, I have tried so many different programs and so many different things. As a matter of fact, any church coaching program that you're thinking about right now, I've probably been in it at one point or another. I've been in the programs, I've read the books, and all of those different things. And some of them helped me tremendously. They made a huge difference in my life. But one of the things, this is my story, one of the things that happened to me is I was trying to implement this particular strategy, and I was talking with some guys, and they were really helping me, and this one program was really helping me personally. But when I got ready to take it to our church, I discovered it just didn't fit. I was in a different culture, you know, and I'm not shy about saying that most of the coaching programs that you find out there, they are not built for people who look like me, right? They do not consider Black church culture. They do not consider the unique things that are different about our churches than the others. And so, what I would do is I would go on this long journey trying to figure out how to contextualize it, try to make it work, so forth and so on. And eventually, I figured out, I said, man, look, somebody needs to create something that is a framework that can fit, you know, churches, Black churches in particular, but all churches of different sizes, different cultures, so forth and so on. Because you can be in the city, you can be rural, you can be small, you can be large, you can have all these different things going on, and you need something that fits. And so that's what we try to do. All right. And so today I want to help you figure out how to find the right help and how to identify it when you find it. All right. A couple of things. Number one, when I talk about help, what am I really talking about, right? What's really the thing that's driving that conversation for me when I talk about help, right? So I want to talk about three particular things because these are the things that are very prominent, that are out there in the market right now. And these are some of the things that you're probably looking at. Number one is courses. You're looking at courses. And when we talk about courses as help, we're talking about some kind of online or hybrid course that you can go on and take. It is where the information is already put together and you're more or less just walking through a curriculum. And most often than not, courses are self-paced, and you do them on your own, right? So they give you the information, and you've got to take the information and go and work with it, right? This is what a lot of online seminary is like. It's like a course. It's like, hey, look, here go the information. Here's what you need to read. Here's what you need to do. Take it, run with it. God bless you. Let me know, you know, if you have any questions, like that kind of thing. Another form of help is consulting. And when I talk about consulting, that's where you can really mostly talk with and sometimes work with an individual who can give you the answers and help solve problems with you. That doesn't mean they're going to fix the problems, but it does mean that they can tell you how they can be fixed. And sometimes they'll take you to the next step and say, okay, look, now let me come in and fix it for you. Right. And it can be both. I do consulting, and a part of the kind of consulting we do is that we have both options. Is that we have it where I could just tell you and give you some wisdom, but I also have it where I can come alongside you and really do some of the things for you and with you. And then lastly is coaching. And when we talk about coaching, this is somebody who's going to grab you by the hand and walk with you. I like to call this tour guides, because if you want to go on a trip, there are two ways you can go. If you want somebody to help you with your trip, you can get a travel agent or you can get a tour guide. A travel agent is going to plan your trip, organize your trip, and when it's time for the trip, they're going to wave at you from the dock as you take off going where you go. That's what travel agents do. They don't go with you, they tell you about it. Maybe they've been there before, but they're there to tell you about it, to tell you what happened, to tell you how it goes, and then to send you on your way. But a tour guide says, I'm going with you. You're packing a bag, I'm packing a bag. Let's go hand in hand, and I'm going to go with you. And so when we think about coaching and consulting, particularly coaching, I'm thinking about tour guides. I'm thinking about coming alongside you to say, let's walk together. And so as you think about help, I want you to think about which of these do you need, right? Typically, courses are going to be the lower end from an investment standpoint because with courses it allows a creator to create something once, put it out there, and you go and get it. And so the reason that the cost is so low is because you're not taking up individual time from the instructor recorded it once and multiple people can get it. But as you go forward into coaching and consultant, you're going to have more of an investment, but you should also have more of a return on your investment. All right, and we'll talk some more about that. But I want you to think about which type of help is best for you. If you're at a space where you're saying, look, I really don't want to invest a whole lot, right? I want to invest less than, just say, you know, $500 or whatever it may be, then courses may be the way to go for you. But if you really want to see some movement, then consider coaching or consulting. But think about, which one do you need? Are you at the place yet where you've decided, like, listen, I'm tired of wasting time, I'm tired of wasting money, I want to do this once and I want to get it right? Then I want you to consider that. If you're saying, look, I'm just testing the waters, I'm trying to see what's what, then courses may be the way for you. But whatever it's going to be, you need to decide, what do you need right now? All right. And so as you decide this, I'm going to give you 5 things to help you move down the road to find the right help and to get the help you need. 5 things that are going to help you really identify what help looks like for you and how to find the right help. All right. Number one, whatever help you get, it needs to understand the 4 C's. It needs to be able to understand your 4 C's. And I need you to understand something. These 4 C's are different for everybody, but it needs to understand your 4 C's. Number one, it needs to understand your context. Your context is really the unique surroundings around everything, right? It's not enough to just say, oh, we're a Baptist church in Nashville, Tennessee, and this is who we are. That's a part of your context, but it's not the whole thing. What community are you in? That's a part of your context. How do you operate? What's the history of your church? That's going to help determine the context, right? Not only are we a Baptist church in Nashville, in an urban setting, but I'm pastoring now after a pastor who was there for 40 years, right? So the people I'm pastoring have ever known one leader, and here's how this leader was. That's a part of your context. You need to make sure that whatever you're going to do, that it's going to work with your context, that it's going to understand all of the unique things about who you are, who your church is, and why you do things the way you do. Number two, it needs to understand your culture. I love to define culture as the understood way of doing things. Our culture is our unique way. It's what a part of what makes us different from the place down the street, right? A part of our culture is when we start worship, we stay in worship until the Holy Spirit tells us we're done. Right, we prioritize the word. So maybe we worship, but our culture right now is driven towards boomers, senior adults, and so this is our culture. Our culture is that they want a hymn and they want this, whatever. You got to make sure that whatever program you step into, it understands your unique culture. It understands. I'll give you an example. I would work with a ton of churches who would go through these programs because they wanted to do, they wanted to do discipleship. And many of the programs talk about small groups. Small groups is pretty, at one point, I don't know if it still is, but it's the one thing that, a lot of churches would talk about when it came to discipleship. And rightfully so. It seems like a return to the biblical model of the New Testament, right? But here was the challenge, is that when small groups started to try to infiltrate some African American church cultures, it was a struggle because in African American culture, people naturally group together on their own. So they don't wait for us to put them in groups. Really, the groups already exist. in most places. And so that was something, a part of the culture that a lot of strategies and a lot of programs didn't understand. And so what you have to figure out in the Black church culture is not only do I need to go into small groups, but how do I make that shift from people constantly hanging out with these pre-existing relationships to coming into our new strategy? That's culture, right? Number three, make sure that this help understands your community. What makes your community unique? Are you in a community that is being gentrified? Are you in a community that has changed and is now filled with crime and things of that nature? Are business moving in and out or out of your community? What are the unique things about your community? What's your community's relationship with the church? How does your community see the church? The uniqueness of your community makes a huge difference. Is your community open to the church? Is your community filled with people who are in your target audience, right? It is possible for you to be in a community that no longer looks like your church. The community around you has changed. So, whatever solution you're going to lean into, whatever help you're going to find, it needs to understand your community. And then, number four, it needs to understand your unique challenges, right? And you've got to understand these things too. What are the unique challenges that your church is facing, right? Are you missing a generation or two? Right? So, does a strategy help you do that? Are you struggling to get the word out? Are you very internal and internally focused? What are the unique challenges that you have? The program needs to be able to understand that to help you overcome it so that you can get to the other side. All right. So, number one, if you're going to get help, it needs to understand whatever help you get needs to understand these four C's about your church. Number two, the second thing you want to do, if you're going to go into a program, there's something you must do. You must avoid Saul's armor. You got to avoid Saul's armor. And we know the story of David as he's getting ready to go and to battle Goliath. And Saul, who is well meaning, loves David's courage. And Saul, I believe, he wants to be a part of what's happening and he wants to be a part of what's going on. He wants to be included in the story. And so what he attempts to do is to give David his armor. And the problem with that is, let's say Saul could have been 6 feet 6 inches tall, right? He could have been a tall guy, and David could have been something like 5'5", 5'6", 5'8", whatever it may be. So you can imagine a man that's well under 6 feet trying to wear the armor of somebody who's 6 foot 6 inches tall. It just doesn't fit. Well, the same can happen for strategy and vision and systems and help, is that you could put on somebody else's armor. Here's the irony of how things work in the church. We idolize the leaders who lead large churches. That's who we idolize. That's who we bring in to speak at the conferences. We bring the people who have built large churches. The problem with that is that when they come back to tell us how they're doing it, the things that they're doing at their size don't work for churches with less than 50 people. They just don't work. You can't think that far in advance until you set some foundational stuff in place. And so while their ideas are great and their ideas can one day serve you very well, you need strategy that fits where you are, right? It does me no good if I have a newborn baby. It does me no good to go and fill the closet with clothes for a 1-year-old. Because listen, it may help me a year from now. If they grow fast, it might help me 8 months from now. But guess what? Today, nothing fits. Today, nothing fits. And it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be aggravating because nothing fits in the now. And you need to make sure that if you get help, that they can't just give you what you're going to need when you get to a certain size, but you need to make sure that help can give you what you need where you are right now. And I think this is true for your personal life. You need stuff that can help you now. You need things, you need support, you need coaching that can encourage you out of the pit you're in right now. You need support for the struggles you're going through right now. You need stuff that'll meet you right where you are right now. And that's so important. And so two things you got to think about within this. You need strategies that fit you today, that fit you as you are, right? Not that fit who you were 20 years ago. One of the biggest compliments I get from some of the churches we work with, a lot of pastors will tell me like, man, you're me 20 years ago. I had vision. I had ideas just like you. And I was like, well, maybe that's why the Lord sent me. And they go, but I'm not that person anymore. I don't think that way anymore. I think, I've kind of just fallen into the mold of how it goes and this and the other. And so I don't do that anymore. But man, you remind me of who I used to be all those years ago. And you need to find support that fits who you are today. Not only that, you need to find strategies and support that fits your team. Listen, it does you no good to get an extravagant strategy that your team can't follow. If your team is technically challenged, you need support that will walk with them with patience through the technical part. If your team is used to doing everything manually and by hand, you need support that will help move them towards automations and say, hey, here is how we can get this done in this way and not have to move to this other thing, right? That's what you need. You need that kind of support that's going to help you where you are, but not only help you, help your team, right? One of the things I talk about often, there's a church that we work with up in Kentucky, and it's a church that was filled with mostly senior adults. I went to a church anniversary celebration, and they had all the people who had been walking with the Lord for more than 50 years to stand, and more than half the church stood up. And so it was people who were 70 and above, largely in this church. But we started working with them, and we started talking about social media, and eventually we got to the point to be able to say that we had an 80-year-old deacon who still to this day is knocking it out of the park, creating reels on social media. But that's because we brought a strategy that fit the team. We knew who the team was before they joined us. We knew who they were. And so we made sure that we could walk with them where they are to help them get where they needed to be. All right. So, number two, you got to avoid Saul's armor. All right. Number three, you need to know what to look for. All right. How do you discern somebody who's been around and been doing this for a while, and who has real results from somebody who's just throwing some stuff out there? And let me be the first to say this. All right, I'm gonna sip my coffee while I say this because it's important. I know what it's like to be the new guy on the block, to really have seen the Lord do some things through me and my church and the church that I led and some churches I've been a part of, but to not have proven that what I'm bringing to the table, what I'm bringing to the kingdom, what I'm bringing to the market, that it really, really works. And so here's what I did in the early days is that I hosted a beta program. And so our programs now, we've got programs now that range from every price range, but we've got some programs that we would consider high ticket programs, right? And so just to give you a ballpark, they can be $5,000 or more for a year, right? Well, that was a time where you could get that exact same program for $99 a month. And I would get on a Zoom call with you every single week without fail. And I would stay on that call for 2 to 3 hours every single week, pouring into and investing in churches, trying to help them move forward. And I did that because I wanted to build the credibility. I wanted to help some initial churches so that I could then turn around and say, well, look at how we help these guys. I know we can help you. All right. So I'm saying it to say, I don't look down on somebody who's just starting, somebody who has a vision and who hadn't gotten there yet. But what I do recognize is that for some of you, the stakes are too high to just take a chance on something that has not yet been proven. All right. And so if that's where you are, here are four things that you want to look for if you're looking at a program, you're looking at a coaching, consulting, courses, whatever it is. All right. Number one, one thing you want to look for is testimonials. Can you find the testimonies of other people who have been blessed and who've already benefited from this thing? That's one of the things you want to find. You want to find real people who can give you real feedback and who you can see real testimonials and stories of how this thing has worked for them. That doesn't mean that it had to be perfect, that they did everything right, because all of these programs depend on the input of the people who come into it. So I don't care if I give you a master class, if you don't execute, it's not going to work. But if you can find testimonies, I think it brings a lot of value. Number two, you want to look for free content. Here's something I've always lived by is that one of the reasons that it should be easy for people to invest in the program and the paid programs that we have is because of the amount of value that I give away in the free programs. I believe this with all my heart, man. You could go through my free videos, through my free courses and my free training, and you could move your church forward. As a matter of fact, there's a church in Florida. Every time I see this pastor, he tells me, he's like, man, listen, we did all the stuff that you talked about. I seen you at conferences. I see you on YouTube. I see you on Facebook. He was like, all we have done is execute the free stuff you gave us, man, and it's working. And I believe when somebody is can really, really help you, man, they can give stuff away. You know, somebody asked me not long ago, like, man, you give so much stuff away. Like, how do you do it, man? What's in your program? I said, listen, I've got so much stuff. Like, I'm so passionate and I'm so versed in what I'm talking about that the free stuff that I give you away is not even a part of the core stuff that we're really, really teaching. And so you want to look at somebody's free content to get a sense of what their paid content has to offer. If their free content can't help you, their paid content might not be able to help you either. All right. Number three, you want to look for customization. You want to make sure that whoever you're working with has the ability to be flexible if something doesn't fit you perfectly. So if they've got something that's already together and it doesn't, you see it and you know it's not going to work for you, you want to make sure that they're flexible enough to customize it for you, to make sure that they can say, okay, let's tweak this a little bit to make it yours. For example, you know, we talk about our small group strategy. We encourage churches to employ, you know, small groups for discipleship and things of that nature. I was working with the Baptist church who said, well, we do more of a Sunday school model. Can you help us with that? And so we did, is we tweaked it. They were having but pre-pandemic, they were having a men's and a women's Sunday school class, and so we helped them transition that to virtual, so that even after the pandemic, on Sunday morning, their men and their women would get together on separate Zoom calls, have a joint Sunday school class, and then everybody would get dressed and come on to church and meet in person. Right? That's customization. We customized it to fit what the leader thought would be best for them, and it worked out for everybody involved. Right? Number four, I think this goes without saying, so I won't spend a lot of time here. You got to make sure that it's Bible based. If somebody's going to give you a strategy, it needs to be rooted in the Word of God, because that's what the church is all about. That's what discipleship is all about. It's got to be rooted in the Word of God. And so you want to make sure that these curriculums, that these thoughts, these ideas, that they are Bible based. I can't stress that enough, but I got to say it. Got to be Bible based. And then number five, I want to encourage you to look for coaching. Look for people who can come alongside you and do it with you. Right? There's a couple of things, a couple of ways that you can look at this finding support, right? You can find support that it's called do it yourself, right? Meaning I give you the content and you just go do it yourself, right? I'm not going to help you. I'm not doing it for you. I'm just telling you how to do it and you go do it on your own. That's usually the least expensive option, right? You do it yourself. Then you've got done with you type of content. That's where we say, okay, look, here's the information. Now let's walk together and do it, right? Let's walk together and do this together. And currently that's how our primary program is structured. It's a done with you, right? You've got some things that you do. We've got some things that we do. All right. You've got to, set up certain parts of your culture, your vision, all that kind of stuff like that. But we build your discipleship class, right? You've got to give me, the information for your 501c3, but then I help you get free access to Google emails and Google ad credits, right? You got to give me, pictures and logos and all that kind of stuff like that. But we're going to help you set up some of the base things that you need, right? All of those things are done with you. And then on the higher end, you've got done for you. That's where you pay somebody, you invest in my services. I build everything for you, and then I say, hey, look, here it is. Here's how you use it, but I already built it, right? You've got to figure out where you are, but I want to encourage you to seriously consider coaching. Coaching is done with you, where I say, let's walk together and let's go on this journey to make sure that we get this done. All right. You got to be aware that you need to know what it is. All right. So that's number three. You need to know what to look for. All right. Number four, you need to be able to answer, what do you need? Oh my goodness. I cannot tell you how many leaders are unaware of what they need. They don't know what they need. You don't know what you need. You're saying I need help, but what is help? You need to know what you need. All right. A couple of things to help you think about that. A couple of questions. Number one, how does your team learn? How does your team learn? What's been the most effective way to get your team on board for a project or for an initiative or for something that you were doing? What was the best way to do that? You need to be aware of how your team learns. Number two, you need to know what are the gaps in your team, right? What are you missing and who are you missing on your team, right? Your team is probably not perfect as constructed. And so you need to understand what are the gaps, right? What are the gaps as in who's missing, but what are the gaps as in what knowledge or ability is missing from the people on the team, right? Are they struggling? Do they not understand technology? Do they not understand systems? Do they not understand organization, right? What are the gaps on your team that need to be addressed? But then number three, how far away are you? My Lord, you need to know how far away you are, right? If your vision is to be a pastor and a leader of a church of 250 people, you need to know how far you are away from that goal. And I'm not just talking about attendance numbers, right? If you're called to lead 250, that's great. That's a goal. That's what you feel like the Lord has put in your heart. I'm not saying, if you got 50 people, you're really far away, because that's not always the case. I've seen churches who had 50 people, but they were this close to 250 because they had so many things in place. The worship services were well organized. The presence of God was strong and powerful. They had discipleship stuff in place. They were getting ready for it, but the only thing they were missing is an evangelism strategy. They didn't have a strategy to get people in the door, whatever it may be. And so you need to know how far away you are, right? Internally, organizationally, administratively, how far are you away, right? How far are you away? You need to understand that those are things that are going to help you understand what you need. All right. That's number four. And number five, let me encourage you at the close. All right. I want to show you 5 testimonies of people that we've worked with. And all of these come from the last year. All of these testimonies come from the last year. And I want to tell you about them because I want to encourage you, because I want you to know that it is possible, but you need help. You just got to find the right help. If you don't find the right help, you're going to be missing out. You got to find the right help. So here are 5 testimonies. They tell you about the church who went from 15 to 85 in 9 months. That's right, in 9 months. They believe God. We believe God with them. They put all the right things in place. And so this church that was about to close its doors post-pandemic, all of a sudden is now doing 2 services every weekend. What about the church? And this is an uncommon testimony that went from 20 people to 20 people in 1 year. And some people may not get that, but there are a couple of you leaders who understand this. This leader went from 20 people who were resistant and constantly fighting and in opposition to the vision to now having 20 people who are on board. And even just as of last week, visitors and guests are coming to join the church. New people are showing up every week because now the right team is in place. And this is so big because for some of you, you can't grow because you still got some of the wrong people in the right places. My Lord, today, I could preach on that. All right. You still got that. You believe it or not, there can be people on your team who do not want to see the church grow and do not want to see the mission and vision go forward. And because they're standing there, they're blocking everything else from happening. They're almost like a type of Uzziah, where because they're standing in the way, these Isaiahs can't rise up, and you're missing them. I could talk about the church who added 25 new disciples and 30% budget increase in 1 year. And it was because they trusted God and they got the right help. All right. And that's possible for you too. It's possible for you. All right. Let's talk about this. How about a church that got a new vision with a supporting culture? Right. This church, a young man was transitioning into leadership, taking over for his father. So he inherits a generation of leaders who are a generation or two ahead of him. So they are very analog, very kind of one way to do things, but also very resistant. And as a result, the young people couldn't really rise up. But as we worked together, this pastor was able to see the culture change. And we didn't just get the former generation out of the way, because I don't want you to hear me saying that. I don't want you to hear me saying, okay, let's just get them out of the church, get them out of here. No, no, no. What we eventually did is that we were able to move them and get them on the same page. And so now they're standing alongside the young people, realizing that we need your wisdom, but we need the energy of the next generation. And when we pull those two things together, we build something really special, and they were able to do it. And finally, I'll tell you about a church in the South, down in the Miami area, who went from 15 people coming on a weekend to having a Sunday just not even a month ago where they had 18 guests on one day. And I'm telling you, it's all possible as we trust God together, but also as you get the help that you need. And so I want to encourage you to get help, right? I love Marvel movies and Avengers movies. And there's this bit that Thor and Loki have, and it's called Get Help. And it's where Thor kind of uses Loki as a rag doll, and it is this weird thing where it hurts for him, but they call it Get Help. And I think about that because maybe you're at a point where you've been so beat up and so frustrated and so aggravated that you're at the point where you're saying, "Man, look, I gotta get help. I gotta get some help." And maybe this is it. I don't know how you found this podcast. Maybe you found it because you were just scrolling, or maybe you've been following us for a while, or maybe somebody sent it to you to encourage you. Whatever it may be, I want to encourage you to get help. And if you want help, I've just laid out for you how to identify help. And so if you know of some sources where you can find help, God bless you. If you think that we could be a help to you, then here's how you can take that next step. You can click the link in the description of this episode, or you can text the word chat, CHAT, to 205-496-7997. 496-7997. You can text chat. And when you text that, we're going to start working to get a call scheduled with you. We're going to jump on a video call together. And on that video call, we're going to talk about how we can begin to move the needle forward for you. All right. Listen, I want you to know something. I believe in you. I believe in your church. I believe in the kingdom. And I believe in what God can do if you would choose to partner with Him. All right. Listen, I hope this is a blessing to you. As always, until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace. What's up, family, and welcome to another episode of the Church Systems Podcast. Look, let me just start by saying how grateful I am for your feedback. Some of y'all have been letting us know that this has been a blessing to you, and some of you have really been able to make some strides forward, just taking some of the simple things that we've been sharing with you. And I'm super grateful and I'm super excited for you, for your support, and for how you really help us continue to get the word out about expanding the church and doing it the right way. All right. If you're here, this is your first time, don't worry about it. Look, let me introduce myself. My name is Henry Taub. I'm the owner and founder of Simple Systems Consulting. And here on this podcast, we give you the tools and the strategies you need to see healthy growth in the church. And when we talk about healthy growth, we mean spiritually, numerically, and financially. Spiritually, are the people becoming more like Jesus? Numerically, are we depopulating hell so that we might populate heaven? And financially, are we increasing in resource so we can have a greater impact on the lives and the people we serve, but also the communities around us? And I want you to know that I'm a friend to pastors. I'm somebody who understands you because I have been you. I've spent over 20 years of my life involved in ministry in different roles and different positions. And it has all come together for me to be able to come back and be a partner to you to help take some of the stress off of your shoulders. I want to help you grow, but I don't want you to burn out in the process. And so that's one of the things that we do. All right. So today I think we got a really good episode prepared for you. We're going to be talking about Click to Connect. We're going to be talking about the revolutionary path to digital discipleship. One of the things that we did when we first started, many people don't know this, but when we first started, our focus was on digital discipleship. And one of the things that we would do, we would build online discipleship classes for churches. That was our thing. We built online discipleship classes to help churches take steps forward, to help churches move forward, to help churches really get things done. And as a result, one of the things that we saw churches have a great impact in the digital and the online space. Not just from people, because sometimes we hear the digital space, digital discipleship, we think people who are away from us. But this is also valuable for people who are right in your church, because one of the problems that we tried to solve was that we knew post-pandemic that people were not gathering as frequently as they once were. And so as a result, we needed another mechanism whereby people could gather, where people could engage, but they could do it on their time and on their schedule. And so that's one of the things that we talked about. And so what we're going to do in this episode today, in Click to Connect, I'm going to help you see and learn how you can be a part of this digital revolution. All right. So let's start here. Let's start with the what and the why of digital discipleship. All right. A couple of things. When we talk about digital discipleship, here's my definition. Digital discipleship is the spiritual development of believers in the digital space. All right. Spiritual development of believers in the digital space. Here's why I say that. Because when we're talking about digital discipleship, we know that the church has a mandate to make disciples. That's what we're called to do. It's what we're supposed to do. It's our responsibility to do it. But one of the things that we've seen over the past several years is that there is great value to being able to do that, but for being able to do it online. And so what we want to help you do is we want to help you move people spiritually, to see people grow up spiritually, see people move forward spiritually in the digital space. And I need you to understand this, is that I understand that your time is limited. All of our time is limited. And not only is our time limited, but our time with our people is even more limited. You know, people today, most churches have 4 different congregations. They've got a first Sunday congregation, a second Sunday congregation, a third Sunday congregation, and a fourth Sunday congregation, which means that if you're trying to plan in-person events that happen one time and that happen in these different windows, the chances of getting everybody to come are really, really low. And so by doing this in the digital space, what we're saying is we're going to stick to our mandate for making disciples, but we're also going to do it in a way that we can increase our effectiveness and our efficiency as we do it. And I think there are a couple of benefits and a couple of reasons why digital discipleship is so high value today. All right. Number one, it's always available. You know, when you set up a digital discipleship process, it's available 24/7. You know, just a couple of days ago, we were working with a church out in Texas, and we built a class for them. And I could see spiritual gifts test results coming in at 11 p.m. at night. Some of them were coming in the middle of the night because digital discipleship is always available. It's not something that you can have to turn on and turn off. It's available 24/7. Once you set it up, once you create it right, it's available 24/7. So that's one huge benefit to digital discipleship. Number two, it provides and makes for an easier workload for your teams. You know, when you're doing discipleship in person, then, you know, you've got to have a team of people who are there. You've got to have a team of people who set up a room, reserve a room, who set up all the different things, print out workbooks, make sure you have the supplies you need. They've got to make sure that people show up. So you got to keep on calling them to make sure they show up on time, make sure they get there in person. And if you have the kind of rhythm where you've got people coming to that consistently, by all means, do it. But one of the values of a digital discipleship process is that it's an easier workload for your team because the vast majority of what happens can be automated. So here is how we build it in our process, is that we give you a custom link that people complete and they fill out when it's time for them to register for the class. So they fill it out, they register for the class. Once they register, they'll get automatic emails, automatic reminders, automatic text messages saying, hey, finish the class. Hey, we've got graduation coming up. We want you to finish, do this, do that. But they do all of those things. So getting the emails, getting the text messages, getting reminded, getting access to the class, right? Being able to log in and go into the class and being able to download your workbook. All of those things are automated, which means that the only thing that a human has to do is make sure that that people have the link to register, but also to call them and to follow up for a human touch. Other than that, getting access to the class, automated. Getting the workbook, automated. Getting access to all of the modules and all the videos, automated. Taking a quiz at the end, automated. Graduating once they make a 70% or more on that quiz and getting a certificate, automated. Reminder text messages, automated. Reminder emails, automated. All those things are automated. And so now you can make sure that people are coming into the church, growing with the church, but it's not happening in a way that's holding down or bogging down the time of one of your staff members. So it's an easier workload for your staff
And that right there makes it a huge win for most churches as well. And then number three, it's user friendly. The way that digital discipleship could be designed, it could be very, very user friendly, meaning that most people know how to use membership sites. And so literally once they sign up, once they register, you can have an email that automatically goes to them saying, hey, you've been granted access to this class, to this course, to do this thing. And all they've got to do is take the password and their email, go and log in. And right there, they have access. And one of the things that I'm excited about that we've been playing around with that's getting ready to go live this quarter is that now we're going to be launching custom apps for all of our partner churches, which means that now people will be able to download their app and take their discipleship and new members classes right from their mobile devices. Listen, I could not be more excited. I'm so looking forward to going. But I think for us to really jump into this Click to Connect, you needed to understand that first. You need to understand what digital discipleship is and why it's so high value. It is high value because you don't miss an opportunity because it's always available. Digital discipleship is high value because it's an easier workload for your team. You don't have to wear out your team. You can let them do other things and focus on the human touch while everything else is automated with technology. And then it's user friendly. It's super easy. It's not much different from the systems that people are accustomed to using. So it's very easy for them to get in, plug in, and really start taking some steps. All right. So that's the what and why digital discipleship. So now let's start diving into the core components of digital discipleship. All right. When we talk about digital discipleship, I think there are three very core things that need to be included. All right. So if you're thinking about doing digital discipleship, I'm going to give you the whole play. All right. I'm going to give you the whole rundown because I ain't going to gatekeep. I don't want to hold it back from you. I want to make sure you know what it is and I want to make sure you understand it. And then if you want help, if you want to skip the line, if you want to go from trying to take 3 months or 6 months to design this on your own to instead saying, hey, look, can you go ahead and give it to us already designed? Then you can reach out to us and we can help you with that. As a matter of fact, just a short while ago, I was talking with a pastor and I was showing him our program and our digital discipleship. He said, man, the way that our church operates, the way that our people operates, we're kind of a traditional Baptist church and so on and so on. He says the way we operate, he said it would take us 3 years to do this. And you're telling me we can have it in a matter of weeks. He says, listen, it's a no-brainer. Let's do it. And so maybe that's where you are. But I'm going to give you the components. If you want to put them together yourself, go for it. If you want some help, reach out to us. All right. So 3 things that I think are super important. Number 1 is the first component is the online new members classes. All right. So what you want to do is just you want to have the ability for people to be onboarded into the church digitally. All right. So let me stop and talk about this. This is so important. One of the things that helps decide longevity when it comes to people joining things or being a part of an organization, or taking on a new job, whatever it is onboarding. Onboarding. This is why the best companies in the world, they have extremely detailed onboarding processes. And what those onboarding processes do is that they fill in the gap between where you are and where we want you to be. All right. And so if you're an individual who's out there doing ministry, doing life on your own, and you want to become a fully engaged disciple of Jesus Christ through our church, then what we've got to do is we've got to fill in that gap. We've got to make sure that we bring you up to speed and help you understand exactly what it means to be a part of our church. And the same is true for discipleship. So what you want to do is you want to have a series of classes that answer the most important foundational questions for people who want to be a part of the church. And I think this is important, especially if you want to reach unchurched people. You've got to understand that there are a bunch of things they don't understand, and you cannot cover all of them in your service, right? I'm going to say something, and this makes a lot of people uncomfortable. It's the truth. You're not discipling people. You're not fully discipling people through your Sunday sermon, because there are too many people who have questions and things they don't know. And so what you need is a course that covers all the basics. Now, for us, we use a 4-session course that covers the basics, but for you, it could be more than that. It could be less than that, but you want to cover the basics. We identified 4 specific things that people needed to know in order to move forward in their journey. And so we build a course so that we cover those specific 4 things. And so what you want to think about is, what are the basics that people need to know and understand in order to be fully functioning, effective members of the church? And you want to cover them in a new members class. It's a way of saying to them, hey, look, we want to help you have a good journey. So here are the things you need to know in order to plug in and get involved, right? And so a lot of that comes to fruition in this online new members class. And so what you want to be thinking about is, how can we put this together? What needs to be covered? And how do we walk forward in it? All right. So that's component number 1. Component number 2 is the virtual altar call, the virtual altar call. And what this is something that is specific for your online audience. All right. Now let's talk about this for a second, because in the past, our online audience was thought to consist of people who are not in our area, who are not physically a part of our church. It's for people who live somewhere else, who work somewhere else, who cannot come to church. All right. And today that is very different. Today, your online audience does consist of people who don't live in your city. It may even consist of people who don't live in your state or in your nation. It consists of people from all around the world. It could, your online audience. But it also consists of your regulars. Your regulars are also a part of your online audience. And so you want to be aware of that, right? Your virtual audience is people who come to your church in person on first Sunday, but then stay at home on the second Sunday. They come on the third Sunday, but stay at home on the fourth Sunday. Or they plan to come every Sunday, but if they have a rough week, if they have a rough night, if they got a lot of stuff they got to do, they got a lot of stuff going on, they're going to decide, hey, look, I'm just going to watch service this Sunday, right? And I want you to be okay with that to the best of your ability. I'm not saying stop encouraging people to come in, because we want people in person. But what I am saying to you is, embrace that some people, online is going to be a better option as the situation changes. Okay. And so you want to be aware of that. And so you want to make sure that you have, and one of the things that you can include in your digital discipleship is a virtual altar call, right? So in service, a lot of times in church, we invite people to come forward when they want to make a next step. They want to give their life to Christ. They want to rededicate themselves. They want to be baptized. They want to join the church. They need prayer, all of that. You invite them to come forward. And so what I'm saying to you is, you can do that virtually. You can set up a virtual space where people who are watching online can click a link and instantly be taken into a virtual room where they're sitting face to face with a guest, with a host, right? With somebody who says, hey, welcome to our virtual altar room. I'm so excited. Hey, what's your name? And they settle on their name and say, well, look, I'm about to send you into a room with one of our elders who's going to pray with you and chat with you and talk to you about the next step that you're ready to make. All right. Are you ready? All right. I'm about to send it to you. Click this button and it'll take you directly in there. Right. And you send them in and they get to go and pray face to face with a person. They get to talk to them. They say, look, I want to receive Jesus. Or, hey, I'm looking for a church home. And now you've got a real live person who's talking to them and saying, okay, here, I'm excited to have you. Where are you located? Tell me what makes you want to be a part of a church. Here's the next step. Let's get you plugged in. We can get you started right now. Right. That is a powerful tool in the digital space. And I'm telling you, if you embrace a tool like that, you move ahead of 99% of the rest of the world. And so it's an amazing opportunity to really set this up. And again, so much of this can be automated to where literally it's very simple to execute. But here's another benefit of this. It is a way for people to get involved and engage no matter where they are. Right? To do this, you could have a prayer team of people who are sitting in a back room in your church. Or you could have a prayer team of volunteers who are not even in your city, but they love the church and they want to serve. Right? Because if you're going to have an online campus, you need online volunteers. And so this is a role that you can allow people who are not even here to be a part of and to take part in, even though they're not present physically. All right. But a virtual altar call is a way to change the game. We did this for one church. And there was a lady who called in and she received ministry and she connected with one of the ladies on the prayer team, and they are best friends to this day. They're best friends to this day simply because they started here. They started with the process of putting this in place, building it out so that they could begin to take the next step. All right. So you want people to click to connect. Imagine that people who are watching your live stream could click a button and go into a room and receive prayer right there on the spot. So while people are doing an altar response in person, you can be doing an altar response online. Like, listen, these are the benefits of 21st century ministry. We can do things that were heretofore never imagined or thought of. Did I just say heretofore? I did. I just use a real old King James word, but you get my point. All right. You can really do that. All right. And here's the final component, or a third component I'll give you, is guest follow up. Here is where so often we miss it in the church. When a person comes to church one time and they visit, that's not the end of the story. There's a very small percentage of people who make a decision right there at that moment, right? For the rest of the world, they're going to need to engage with you a few times before they decide to say yes. So a person who's looking for a church may show up to your church on Sunday and visit, and then you may not hear from them again. But really, that doesn't mean that they're saying no. It doesn't mean that they don't want to engage. It simply means that they're just biding their time and seeing how the process goes. And so you need a follow-up process. You need a process where you call and text and email people after they come and visit to be a part of the church. And you invite them to come back. You invite them to take the next step. You invite them to do those things. You've got to have good follow-up. If you don't have good follow-up, man, you might be missing out on 50 or 60% of the new members that you could have in your church simply because you didn't follow up. I'll tell you this, as somebody who recently was visiting churches and spending some time getting to know different spaces, there are several churches I went to, but one of them that was really, really good. But nobody ever followed up with me. I didn't know what to do next, right? I texted in and I sent my number in the text and I signed up as I came in. I did all those different things and nobody ever reached out to me. Nobody ever connected with me to say, hey, here's the next steps. Hey, here's what you could do next. Hey, here's what, how you become a part of the church. Hey, here's how you do this and that. Nobody ever reached out to see exactly what was happening next. And as a result, nothing ever happened. And so what I'm saying to you is you need a guest follow-up process. And this is going to help you in the digital space, but it's also going to serve you really well in the in-person space. With our partners in the churches we work with in our program, one of the things that we do is that we give them scripts to say, okay, when a person comes to visit, here's a phone call script for when you make a phone call. Here's a script for the email that you're going to send. Here's an email for the text message that you're going to send, because we want to make sure that everybody is on the same page about what happens next, and nobody has to guess about it. So I'm giving you the same task. You need to build out a guest follow-up strategy. How will you follow up with people to make sure that they go from first-time guest to second-time guest, and from second-time guest to fully engaged member? All right. So those are just some of the core components. But now let's take a look at some of the instant benefits, because here's the reality. If you decide to implement digital discipleship today, right, which, well, I don't know why you wouldn't implement this, right? Because you know that there are some gaps in your process. You know that you're missing out on some new people. So this is an amazing strategy for you to implement. You can go and build this now, or you could have us to build it for you, whatever. But I don't know why you wouldn't do it, right? But if you need a little more convincing that this is important, let me tell you some instant benefits for digital discipleship. And I'm going to speak a little bit specifically for some of the instant benefits if you're working with us on this. Now, if somebody else is doing this, I don't know about them, but I can't speak for if you did it on your own. I can only speak for if we helped you do this. All right. Here are a couple of instant benefits. Number one is volunteer training. The beauty of doing digital discipleship through Simple Systems is that we're going to train your volunteers on how to execute the system. We're going to train them on how to make it happen. We're going to train them on how to get it done. We're going to train them so that they know exactly how the process is set up. So anytime they need to do anything, they know how to do it. Now think about that. Think for a moment. If 10 hours worth of training was set aside for your leaders, so you don't have to train them, you don't have to schedule, you don't have to bring nobody in. All they've got to do is log on and go and walk through training. You couldn't beat it with a stick. All right. And so volunteer training is one of the instant benefits. You get instant access to our volunteer training. Number two is a fast turnaround. We worked with the church just last week, And their discipleship class, because they gave us all of their things, was done, designed, and back to them in 3 days. That's right, 3 days. It was fully customized. The workbook was fully customized. Their videos were set up. Their landing pages were built. Everything was laid out in 3 simple days. Can't beat it. So it's a fast turnaround. Now, 3 days may not be typical, but it doesn't take longer than 2 weeks once we have all of your information. Last but not least is easy implementation. Once you sign up, we literally build a course for you and we send you a link, and all you've got to do is take that link and share it wherever you want. You can email it to people. You can text it to people. You can attach it to a QR code. You can do whatever you want. You can put a button on your website. However you want to do it, you set it up, and just that quick, it's all good to go and it's all ready to go. All right. Super simple, super easy, but super, super impactful and ready to move forward for you. All right. So listen, like I said before, I don't know why you wouldn't do this, but if you're stalling, there's a way. All right. So here are the next steps for those of you who want to take action and begin putting this into place. Number one, I want you to schedule your breakthrough session. If you look in the description of this episode, you'll see a link to a breakthrough session. You can click that link and you can schedule your session. It'll ask you some questions, but it'll put on your calendar and on my calendar a meeting for us to sit down and speak together. All right. And when we sit down and speak together, it's very important that you take this seriously, because I've got a lot of other meeting types that are handled by different assistants and different people who do that. But this particular meeting I do myself because it is an opportunity for me to connect with other senior leaders. That's the one thing I ask, is that the senior leader be a part of that call, and then any other decision makers can also be invited to that call. You'll see an opportunity to add them when you register. But when you answer those questions, it's going to set up a meeting for us, and I'm going to be ready for you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to build some custom things, and our team is going to build some custom things so that you can see it before we even jump on and we start working together. Right. So I want you to schedule that call. On that call when you click that registration, it's going to give you an option to apply for our program. So when you apply for our program, the Church Systems Bootcamp, you will get a chance to say, hey, look, I want to be considered, because we've shifted away from just an open sign up to now an application process where you can apply to work with us and say, hey, I want to work with you guys. I want to be a part of this. I want to do this. I want to do that. We've shifted away from just taking everybody, because now I get to say, okay, I only want to work with the people who we want to work with. And that's people who are serious, people who are passionate, and people who are willing to see it through, right? We really, in this season, we don't want to spend a whole lot of time working with people who like the idea but don't want to do the work, because the truth of the matter is that there's too much at stake for you, for your church, for your future. And so we want to work with go-getters. So you can click a button that says, hey, look, I want to apply for the program and I want to be considered, and you'll do that. And then here's the next thing. After you do that, all you got to do now is go make new disciples. We'll partner the technology with you. We'll give you the tools you need. We'll equip and prepare your team, and we'll make sure that you can take the next step. All right. And for those of you who do apply and you decide to be a part of this, I've got a whole bunch of other bonuses that I'm going to include for you, including I'm going to help you with some strategic planning. If you want to do a better job of casting vision and being able to tell the story so that people are excited to be involved in the church, clarify things for your team, I'm going to give you a blueprint that's going to help you do that, but I'm going to do it as a bonus just for you. All right. So you want to take the next step. All you got to do is scan that QR code on the screen, schedule your breakthrough session, and we'll be ready to connect. We'll jump on, we'll get together, and you and I will start some conversation about what God might be doing in the future. All right. Listen, I hope this was good for you, man. Click to connect. Can you imagine, man, that this is the world we live in now, that at the click of a button, you can connect people to the kingdom of God, help them connect to the kingdom of God, but you can connect them to your church and into next steps to becoming a real disciple of Jesus Christ. Listen, I cannot wait to get a chance to chat with you. Make sure you scan the code, schedule your breakthrough session, and I'll look forward to seeing what God's going to do in your future. All right. Listen, until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace.
What's up, family, and welcome to yet another amazing episode of the Church Systems Podcast. I'm Henry, and this is the place where we expand it. We expand God's kingdom through healthy church growth. More specifically, I'm going to give you the tools that you need to expand your vision, expand your church, that you can continue to make a difference. All right. So let me go ahead and give you a couple things on the front end. Today, I am filming this episode on location. That's right. I'm actually here attending the midwinter boards, the joint midwinter boards for the Baptist Church. All right. This is a very historic week, a very historic opportunity as four of the major African American Baptist denominations have come together to host their board meetings together. It's been very amazing, very historic. I'm actually going to have an opportunity to present a little bit later today to the joint evangelical boards. And so I am filming this here in the lobby of my hotel here in Memphis, Tennessee. All right. So I'm giving you that disclaimer. So if the audio is not as good as it usually is, you understand why. But also, if you hear little bit of noise, you see some people walking around. If you're watching this on YouTube, just understand I'm filming this on location. And here's what I've really determined is that I would rather do this and consistently offer you the resources and what we have to offer versus taking a break, jumping out, and not being able to do it. All right. So done is better than perfect. That's one of the things I'm standing on today. And so, in that vein, we're going to jump into an episode today that I'm calling The Complete Guide to Modern Evangelism. Now, let me go ahead and say at the onset, I know. Now, I'm very brave to give that title a complete guide. That means, man, you're going to give me everything I need. Like, it's a complete guide. And so, I do want you to buckle in because what I'm about to share with you I think it's going to add some great value to your life, to your leadership, and to your church, right? So as we dive into this, there's a couple of things that I think are important for us to know. You know, as we endeavor to give you the tools that you need to grow the church healthily, everything we do and we say is built on the word. So we've got to start there, right? So Matthew 28:19 through 20, I think many of you, if you're watching this podcast, you probably know this through and through. But it's the Great Commission. And in this Great Commission, Jesus makes it clear that our job is to go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, teach these new disciples to obey all the commands I've given you, and be sure of this, I'm with you always, even to the end of the age. Now, I want to highlight one part of this because I know he says go, he says baptize, he says make disciples. He gives us all of these different things that we ought to do. But there's something that he says at the very end of this that I just want to offer that maybe Jesus has given us a hint of the things that he knew would come. He says, I'm going to be with you. And then he highlights this passage even to the end of the age. You know, it makes me wonder if Jesus knew that a time would come where the landscape would shift and change so much that we would have no choice but to begin to question whether or not Jesus was still with us in this, right? And so that could be a bunch of things. Many of us had those thoughts during COVID, but maybe it's the technological age. Maybe it's technology. Maybe he knew that the time that would come where technology would be so crazy that we would begin to wonder, like, even is he with us in the digital age? Right? Because he knew that the digital age would be a part of this church age that he knew would come and that he himself even instituted. And so I think it's important for us to wrestle with how do we execute the ancient way in the modern time? How do we take this thing that is this gospel that is unchanging and bring it into a world that is ever changing? And so that's why I want to give you this complete guide to modern evangelism. All right. So I want to break this up into two parts, right? You know, I love to be simple, and I love to be practical, but I want to make sure that you can grab this. So I want to break this up really into two parts. All right. Number one, I want to talk about modern mind shifts, right? If I'm being honest, there are some shifts that you've got to embrace in your mind if you're going to be able to succeed at modern evangelism. You know, I remember when evangelism was our pastor and our deacons and our ministers going out on Saturday morning and knocking on doors. And I think that should still and could still be a part of evangelism. But as America has moved more into a post-Christian era, it is less accepted than it once was. And so as a result, we've got to find new ways to do it. But if we're going to do this, there are some mindset shifts that you have to go through as a leader so that you can lead your church through these mindset shifts. All right. So let's talk about some modern mind shifts. All right. Modern mind shift number one is you need to embrace digital spaces. You need to embrace digital spaces. I want you to understand something. that you will never be able to properly evangelize a group of people who believe that you do not respect the spaces that they live in. And the truth of the matter is that the digital space is a real space now. There was a time where everything was physical and in person, but the digital space is a real space. People are getting their education online, and an online degree is as valuable as an in-person degree. There was a time I remember there was a stigma. It was like, nah, you got to go in and get it. You got to go there. And here's what I've learned as somebody who has done both. I've done an on-site in-person degree. I've done two online degrees, and I'll tell you, the reason that the online degree has so much value for me is that it's meat and potatoes. It's none of the extras. It's none of the fluff. There's nothing else and nobody else that you can link. You got to do the work yourself, right? And maybe that's changing in this technology age and with the rise of AI and all these different things. But I'm telling you, the digital space is a real space to people. There was a time that there was a stigma against dating in the digital space, and now for many people, it's the best option. And so what you've got to embrace is you've got to embrace this digital space because you can't evangelize a space that people can tell you don't respect. And so you need to embrace it. You need to respect the digital space and you need to embrace the digital space. It makes me think about a passage of scripture in Acts chapter 17, when Paul is speaking and he's walking through and he sees that they have this statue to this unknown God, right? And he's like, y'all got all these shrines and I see y'all religious. He says, but this God, this statue y'all got to this unknown God, that's the one that I'm trying to talk to you about. And really, what Paul does, and it's such an amazing strategy that he takes on and that he takes up, is that he begins to go and he says, "Okay, in this space, I see y'all religious. You know what I'm saying? Y'all religious in every way. I see y'all spiritual." He says, "So now my task is to come into that space and to help bring order to it by giving you truth." And we have the same thing in this world, man. There are people in digital spaces who have this form of spirituality and they're trying to put it, so they're talking about the universe and they're talking about the spirits and they're talking about the ancestors and they're burning stage and they're burning sage and they're talking about their sign and they're talking about all those different things. Somebody talking about their sign, I'm not offended by that because the word tells me that the heavens show forth his glory. So I can connect the dots, right? But a part of that is I got to be willing to go into these digital spaces. And I'm saying this to you because sometimes we avoid going into those digital spaces because we know that we could see anything in there. Sometimes we're afraid of what we might see when we go in there. But I want to encourage you to embrace these digital spaces. Paul went into an unknown space because he knew that if he could take the truth of his God, that he could build a bridge. And I'm challenging you to embrace digital spaces for the sake of going in and building a bridge to what God wants to do through people into the future. But you've got to be willing to embrace digital spaces. All right. Number two, the second mindset shift that you got to go through is that you need to automate your core systems. Please hear me. You need to automate your core systems. In this day and age, in this age of technology, there's no reason for people to fall through the cracks. And I have to talk about automations because it does me no good to teach you about how to reach people in the digital space, how to get out there and get in front of people in the digital space. And then when you actually reach them, you don't have a plan for what to do with them next, or they fall through the cracks, or you miss them or you drop them. So one of the things that you got to do is you got to automate your core systems, right? And so you need to put together automations where you can leverage technology to help follow up with people, to help stay engaged with people, to help people take next steps. You need to be able to do that, right? If somebody, for example, if I come to your website, can I click a button that says, "Hey, I want to learn more about Jesus"? And if I click that button that says, "I want to learn more about Jesus," it should take my information, but then take me to a page where I can actually learn more about Jesus. Take me to a course, take me to a page, take me somewhere I can go through it. See, if you depend on a person to take down somebody's information and then to call them when it's time to go to the class and then to call them when it's time to do something else and to call them when it's time for spiritual gifts. People are inevitably going to fall through the cracks because church staff and volunteers are some of the most overworked and underpaid people in the world. And so What that means is that they're always stretched beyond their capacity. And so what you need to do is you need to figure out the things that you can automate so that you don't have that issue. If you can figure out the things that you need to automate, you can change everything. You can change everything, but you need to figure out those things that should be automated for the sake of moving things forward. Here's one of the things I think about. I think about this passage of scripture in 1 Corinthians 9:22. He says, look at what Paul says. He says, when I'm weak, he says, when I am with those who are weak, I share their weakness, for I want to bring the weak to Christ. Yes, I try to find common ground with everyone, doing everything I can to save some. This is what we're talking about with automation, is that you want to be positioned and postured to meet people wherever they are. You want to be. One of the biggest things I've learned, even in business, is that I can't wait to connect with people when it's convenient for me. I've got to do it when it's convenient for them. And with automations, people don't have to wait a whole 7 days to reconnect with the church, to take next steps. And so a part of modern evangelism is always being ready to take people in. It's always been ready to move people to the next level. It's always being ready for the shift that is coming. It's always being ready for whatever people might need. And so you need to figure out, how do we automate? You need to be able to automate people joining the church, automate people making a decision for Christ, automate people joining a ministry, automate people joining a small group. All those things need to be automated so that people can do them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without your input and engagement. Now, you want to be able to follow up, and you're going to be able to follow up with this, but you need to be able to automate it so people can stop falling through the cracks. When God sends you new people, He's sending you a gift. He's sending you an amazing gift, but you've got to honor that gift by seeing it all the way through. I believe we ought to be like Jesus. Paul said that in Philippians, he said, I believe that the one who started a good work, He's faithful to complete it. Well, you need to be the same way. When a good work is started in a person's life, you need to be faithful enough to walk with them so that they might complete the gift. Because after all, we are the hands and feet of Christ. And so you need to be able to do that. All right. So you've got to make sure that you do that you automate your core systems. Number three, third mind shift, is you need to engage virtual evangelism. You need to engage virtual evangelism. I think, this one to me is another kind of core thing and another core issue, because one of the things that you want to do is that you want to be targeted in your outreach. You want to be targeted in the fact that you are trying to evangelize and go after people. And so, in order to do that well, one of the things that you need to consider embracing is virtual evangelism. All right. So, let me tell you what I mean. Virtual evangelism is the sharing of the gospel, the sharing of Jesus in digital spaces. All right. And so that means you're sharing on social media, you're sharing through all these different platforms. You can do it through email, through text, or whatever, but you really need to embrace it. One thing that I'll say to you that you need to consider is you should consider Facebook advertising. You know, on the surface, all of these social media platforms look like they're free, right? They look like they're free platforms that have been given to us, that we can use them for free, whatever it is. But really, the truth of the matter is, behind the scenes, every social media platform is supported by its advertisers. It's supported by people who run ads on the platform. It's supported by people who are running ads and who are making it possible for those platforms to operate and do what they need to do. And so you can come to the other side and be one of those advertisers. And when you become one of those advertisers, what that means is that you record a video or you create a graphic and you target who it goes to. Back in the day, it used to be mailers. Church would send out mailers. You would get a mailer in the mail, this big envelope, this big piece of cardboard, whatever it is, talking about the church and all the things that they're doing. Well, in this modern day, you can do that through social media, for example, through Facebook and Google advertising. And so now you know how you're watching YouTube and maybe even watching this video right now, and in the middle of the video, an ad pops up. And that ad could be for anything, but that's somebody who paid to interrupt my content or interrupt somebody's content and come and actually reach out to you. And so what you want to do is you want to do the same thing. Is you want to figure out, how can you get in front of people? And the thing that makes virtual evangelism so valuable is that you can target exactly who you want to reach. So instead of reaching the whole world, you can say, no, I want to reach people in this zip code. Here are the 3 zip codes around our church. These are the people we want to show this to. And so you can begin to get in front of people and make a difference. I say this all the time, but I'm going to say it again. One of the biggest challenges you face is that people don't know you exist. Listen, your church can be in a community for 100 years, but it could be a very large percentage of those people who have no idea you exist. They have no idea you exist. And so, what you need to figure out is how you will get in front of those people so that you might share the gospel with them, but also so that you might share the church with them and offer them an opportunity to come and be a part of the church, right? Scripture that comes to mind with this, Luke 14. So his master said, "Go into the country lanes and behind the hedges and urge anyone you find to come so that the house would be full." Jesus is sharing this with them, and he says to them, he says, "Listen, I want you to leave where you are and I want you to go into some different spaces. We've invited the people here. We've invited this group of people, that group, they didn't come. But you know what? Go into some different spaces. And that's what you need to do as a leader. You need to lead your church into going into some new and different spaces so that you can reach some new and different people. They're out there. They're ready. Their hearts have been pulled on. The Lord has been preparing them. It's time for you to drive ahead and begin to move into these new spaces. All right. So you got to go out there into the new spaces. All right. So those are the mindset shifts that we need to make. But now I want to talk to you about some modern ministry shifts. All right. Now, when we talk about these modern ministry shifts, I really want you to get this because here I want to talk to you about some of the innovations that we have made, some of the things that we have done, and some of the things that we can help you do in the future. But I want to expose you to these ministry shifts that are not just about how you think, but they're about how you operate. All right. The first 3 things were about how you think. And now I want to give you 3 things that are all about how you operate. And so here are the modern ministry shifts that you need to make in order to drive ahead. Number one, you need to install digital discipleship. You need to install digital discipleship. Here's what I mean is that you need to make sure that you have a way and a platform for people to be able to connect with you to take next steps in their discipleship in a digital way. All right. People treat their time differently today. And so just hoping and believing that you could get people to keep coming back to church for all of these extra programs and all these extra things, it doesn't work. And so what you need to embrace is how do we take this online discipleship and now move people over into being a part of a discipleship process in the virtual space, right? You've heard me several times talk about the difference between an online campus and an online church, all right, or an online service and an online campus. An online service says, watch us have church. An online campus says, come be a part of the church. And you need an online campus. You need to build an online campus. And a part of that is having digital discipleship available to people, all right? That means that at any time, in any place, people can join the church. People can start moving forward in their relationship with Jesus. People can make a decision to go forward. And with the way that we do digital discipleship, it includes teaching people the basics of faith, helping them understand their gifts, helping them understand what it means to be a part of a church, helping them understand where they can go and serve and be a part of the ministry, and helping them understand all of the core things that it takes to walk with Jesus and walk with God on a daily basis. And so what you need to be thinking about is how you can install digital discipleship in your church. How can people join your church and become a follower of Jesus all in the digital space? If God calls somebody to your ministry and they live 2 hours away, if they live 10 hours away, how then can you help them take a journey with Jesus in order to walk forward and become all that God has called them to be? Right? And I think about Hebrews chapter 10, it says, let us think of ways to motivate one another to acts of love and good works. Let me start here. One of the things that I think is so important is we can't lose our propensity toward innovation. You've got to keep innovating to move people forward to help people do good things, right? And now I'm going to take a scripture that I know many of you use to fight against the digital space to argue for the digital space, because it says, let us not neglect our meeting together as some people do, but encourage one another, especially now that the day of his return is drawing near. That's a scripture that many leaders use post pandemic to say, we got to get back together. We can't neglect our meeting together. But the truth of the matter is, the way we define meeting together has changed. And I know it's true because some of you are hosting Zoom meetings as we speak. Some of us, you're in training watching this video right now as we speak in the digital space. You're doing staff meetings in a digital space. As a matter of fact, during the pandemic, you spent weeks and months convincing people that they needed to gather in the digital space because we couldn't gather in the in-person space. And so what I'm saying to you, for some people, as close as they're going to get to meeting together is going to be the digital space. So you need to get creative in thinking about how you can do that. And digital discipleship is one of the ways you can do it. All right. Here's another modern ministry shift is you need to offer 24/7 development. You need to be available to develop people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I know before you give me some choice words and before you tell me how crazy your schedule already is and how tired you already are, just hear me out. You need to offer on demand development. And on demand development means that you need to leverage the digital space in order to be able to meet people where they are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are people who want to connect with your church who work the night shift, and they have the kind of job where they can be up all night with their phones out, with their computers out, because they're sitting, they're hanging out, whatever it is. And they want to connect. They want to be developed. They want to grow. They want to do all these kind of things. There might be people in your church who are military. There might be people in your church who have newborns and they're in this upside down schedule right now. There are people who want to be a part of your ministry from all different walks of life, but you need to have a way to connect with them when they're available, not when you're available. And so the way that you do this is that your church should embrace building a digital library for training people 24/7. Here's what I love about technology. It never has to turn off. I can't tell you the last time I cut my phone off. Last time it went off is probably because it died. I never have to turn it off. It can stay on nonstop 24/7 for as long as I need it to, for years. Right. And so what you need to embrace is how can you make sure that people can be developed in your church on their schedule? One of the things that is frustrating you right now and frustrating so many pastors is that you cannot get everybody to commit to being a part of trainings and meetings all at the same time because everybody has different schedules. The solution of that is not to be angry with them, but the solution at that is to then say, let me put this training on video, and now let me put it out there and make it available for whoever needs it. You know, right now, this episode that you're a part of, this episode, you're going to be listening to it at various times. While you're listening to this episode, I might be asleep. I might be somewhere else teaching. I might be on the beach on vacation. I might be in Africa training press. I could be anywhere while you're watching this training and watching this video. And the beauty of that is that I have tried my best to embrace 24/7 development. And that's one of the things that we do with churches is that we give you an online e-course platform with our software church hub so that you can upload your trainings. And we also give you some trainings that your team can go through 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? So let me give you a scripture for this. 2 Timothy 2:15, it says, work hard so you can present yourself to God and receive his approval. Be a good worker, one who does not need to be ashamed and who correctly explains the word of truth. Here's the thing. Trusting and depending on Sunday morning to be enough to raise up people who have studied to show themselves approved is not enough. We must return to training and to training well those who are a part of our churches, and online 24/7 development, on demand development is one of the ways that we can do it. All right. Number three, your last modern ministry shift is you need to leverage video testimonials. Here's a reality is that there are people, and hopefully there are people in your church who have been impacted by your ministry. But what you need to do is give them a platform and a voice to tell the world about their life change. You need to give them a platform and a voice so that they know, so that people know that, man, it's not just me talking, it's other people saying. I could spend all day talking about my business and talking about what I've done and who I am. Or I can just share with you some of the testimonials of others that we work with. I can share the testimony of a church who we started working with, and when we started working with them, they were 40 people just a year ago, and now they're almost 100 people with more than 30 in attendance, with more than 35 people joining their church. in the last 6 months. I could talk to you about it myself, or I could tell you the story of one of our churches who was 15 people. And we started working with them and we started really pouring into them. And in 9 months, they grew to 85 people and expanded to not just one, but two services. I can say all these things about myself, or I can let other people say it. And the same is true for you in the church. You can say it yourself, or you can leverage people's testimonies and let other people say it. You need to be capturing testimonials of people who have been impacted and changed by your church and letting other people see them. You need to be letting other people see them. All right. Look at this scripture, Mark 16:15. Says, go, and he says, and then he told them, go into all the world and preach the good news to everyone. Pastor, you're not the only one who can preach. Your people can preach. They can share their testimonials, they can share their story, and they can let other people know exactly what God has done in their lives and how much the church has meant to them. And as a result, people will come running asking, what must I do to be saved? So you've got to embrace these ministry shifts. All right. So listen, if you really want to take the next step and you want to embrace these ministry shifts, I've got an opportunity for you. It is the Church Systems Bootcamp. It's our core program. It's the core of all that we do in Simple Systems. Within this Church Systems Bootcamp, just a few things I'm going to give you. This is not the expansive list, but I'm going to give you a Church Systems library. That's right. It's a 24/7 library that you and your leaders can go into and begin to learn and begin to study from. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I met with a team on Wednesday night. They had an outreach project on Thursday. On Wednesday night, I taught them about outreach. I shared with them the system, one of the systems that's in our church systems library. And the next day, they executed it to the tone of connecting with 150 new families for the glory of God. And so we give you all of those systems in a library, not only for you, but for your team to be able to take actionable steps forward every single week. But then number two, you're going to get a weekly peer coaching call. That's right. Every week on Thursdays at noon Central Standard Time, we host a coaching call. And sometimes I'm teaching that coaching call, but sometimes it's your peers. Sometimes it's the people who have seen our strategies work for them, our systems work for them. They're coming back to tell you, here's how we did it. Here's a tweak we made. Here's a change we made. Here's what we've seen God do. They're coming back to let you know and to give you firsthand information about what God has done for them and through them. Number three, not only do you get the library, the church systems library, and the weekly peer coaching, but you get our Church Hub software. We're going to give you a software that's going to help you do all the things that you need to do to begin to move your ministry forward. You can build your website on the software. You can send out emails and text messages and reply to emails and text messages. You can reply to social media direct messages. You can schedule social media posts. You can take registrations. We've got forms. You've got an e-course platform. You've got all of those things in one place so that you can take it and move forward. All right. We're going to give you that as a part of the Church Systems Bootcamp. It's going to be included. All right. But not only do you get the Church Systems Library, not only do you get the weekly peer coaching, not only do you get the Church Hub software, but we're going to build for you a custom discipleship course. That's right. A custom online discipleship course. We're going to build it for you. So we're going to make sure that people can join your church 24/7. They can join your church, walk through 4 modules that we've already built for you, download a custom workbook with your church logo, with your pastor's picture and a greeting from your pastor on it. They're going to be able to download a certificate once they graduate. They're going to be able to do all those things in one. And we're going to send it to you and we're going to do it for you as our gift to you for joining the Church Systems Bootcamp. All right. So that's the Church Systems Library, the weekly peer coaching call, the Church Hub software, and a custom discipleship course. But then I'm going to give you a strategic planning guide. Every year, I go away and I take several of our leaders in our boot camp with us. We go to sunny Destin, Florida at the end of October while everybody else is gone. Nobody is there but us, and it's still nice and warm there in sunny Florida. And we spend 1 week building a strategic plan for the new year. And I'm going to give you the template that we use to build the strategic plan. This template is going to help you put together a plan for the year to make sure that you and your team are all on the same page. And I'm going to give it to you as a gift for joining the Church Systems Bootcamp. So that's the Church Systems Library, the weekly peer coaching call, the Church Hub software, the custom discipleship course, the strategic planning guide, and now I'm going to give you a free church app. That's right. We just started rolling out our church apps, and I'm going to give you a free church app to help you begin to move things forward and to help you begin to connect with more people in the digital space. And all of this comes to a total value of about $20,000. When you look at doing it separately, when you look at more than more than 50 hours of systems training. When you look at weekly peer coaching, that's 2 hours every single week for 52 weeks. When you look at the Church Hub software that replaces your website, your texting and emailing platform, it replaces your forms. It replaces your scheduling app. It replaces your social media scheduling. It replaces your AI. It replaces all those different things. When you look at the custom online discipleship course, when you look at the strategic planning guide, that is a $2,000 ticket to come to our retreat during the year. When you look at all those, the cost of building and developing an app and maintaining an app, when you look at all those costs, the value is well over $2,000, $20,000. But we're going to give it to you for just $497 a month. Or if you want to get an even bigger discount, you can do it for $49.97 for the year, and it will save you about $1,000, right? And so, listen, I am making an offer to you. Come and join us in the Church Systems Boot Camp. If you want to learn more, you can click the link in the description of this episode, or you can visit getchurchsystems.com. All right, listen, I've just given you the tools that you need to begin to take your evangelism to the next level. Now, all you've got to do is go out there and execute. All right, listen, I hope this has been a blessing to you, and you know what to do. Come on, you know by now. Until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace.
Welcome to the workshop. We're about 5 minutes away from getting started. So if you're already logged on, take a moment, let us know the name of your church and your city. And if you have other team members who aren't here yet, go ahead, take a moment and text them, call them, let them know to jump on. I promise you that what you're going to learn in this workshop is going to help you move some steps forward. So I'm going to take these last 5 minutes and continue in some personal prayer time because I'm praying for you. I'm praying for your church. So if you would, go ahead, take a moment, make sure that you let the other people on your team know to go ahead and jump on the call. Click this link. It's not too late. Even if they didn't register yet, let them know to jump on. We did register just at about 95% capacity, so they may still be able to make it in, but just go ahead and share the link and have them jump in with us. All right, we've got about 5 more minutes and we're going to jump in and get started. All right, family, welcome to the workshop. For those of you who I haven't had a chance to meet, let me take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Henry, and I'm the owner and founder of Simple Systems Consulting. And I'm super, super excited to have you here. For those who are joining, I'm still going to be watching I'm going to be watching the comments. I'm going to be watching the chat from time to time. If you have some feedback, you drop it in that chat, and we'll throw it on screen, and we'll make sure that we allow your voice to be heard. I am super, super, super excited about sharing this time with you this evening. Now, I know that there are two different kinds of people on this call, and I want to minister to both. One type of person on this call are some of you who I am currently working with, and some of you that I'm currently working with. You're currently doing some of the things that we teach. You're working through our church systems boot camp, and if that's you, I want to give you a shout out. So if you're a part of the boot camp, go ahead and drop it in the comments, and maybe even just drop one of your favorite things about the boot camp so far, just so I can recognize you and recognize who you are. I already see some people from Love City in the house. I think I saw Pastor Rush in the house. I saw one more person. I saw some people from Faith Church LA in the house. All churches that we're already working with. So just drop in the chat just your favorite thing about the boot camp so far, just to let people know who you are. The other type of person here who is somebody you maybe never heard of me, we've never worked before, or maybe you've been getting emails and text messages, or you saw us on social media, whatever it is, we welcome you all, and we're excited to get plugged in with you. All right, now you're looking at me right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you know for the rest of this webinar, I'm gonna enlarge that screen, and so you won't see me. You'll hear my voice, but you may not see me for the totality of the workshop. But I'm telling you, it's going to be a game changer if you lock in. All right, now I do want to stay on screen for this next little part, because I really want to stress something to you. All right, in the next 90 minutes, I'm going to show you, all right, you're going to learn how church systems can really help you and your church see some healthy growth. All right, and we're going to be talking about this in the context of revitalization and relaunching. All right. Many of you are in that place. You're in a place where your church needs revitalization, right? When I think about revitalization, I think about the picture of a heartbeat, and I think about trying to add new life back into a heart. You want to bring something back to life. And so, if that's where you and your church are, we're going to help you do that. And some of you are in the place of relaunching, where you're saying, okay, man, we really need to take a new stab at this thing and relaunch our church and give ourselves a new introduction to the community. Wherever you fall in there, these next 90 minutes are going to be monumental in order for us to help you take those steps. So I really want to encourage you to lock in. All right. For those of you who are here for the first time, don't forget, if you stay to the end, I'm going to give you a free gift. I'm going to give you a free church system. All right. I'm going to give you a church system that's going to help you better organize yourself, your life, your time, your energy, so that you're prepared to lead a growing church. Growing churches are led by growing leaders. And so if you want to be the leader of a growing church, then you need to start living today like your church is 10 times the size that it is. And I'm going to show you how to begin to do that, so that the moment God sends your harvest, the mom and pop or the crab in a bucket syndrome won't start pulling you back. I'm going to give you a system that's going to show you exactly how to begin to do that, but you can only get it if you stay to the end. So make sure that you stay to the end and that you lock in to what we're going to be doing. All right. I want to ask you to do something for me. All right. I need you to put away all of the distractions right now. Don't scroll on Facebook. Don't be playing on your phone, watching TV in the background. I'm telling you, it's just 90 minutes. And if you lock in, this could be the answer to your prayers. This could be the thing that you've been praying for, the thing that you've been asking for, but you've got to lock into it. All right. So you've got to lock in and pay attention. And I see some of you giving some feedback, man. So excited to have y'all. Super excited. Let me see. Who was the first one to give their mission statement? Looks like it might have been Bishop Williams. I think it was Bishop Williams, a church that stands on prayer and enrichment of the body of church to further the kingdom assignments of the Great Commission. All right. Thank you, Bishop Williams. I'll reach out to you after the webinar and make sure I get you your Starbucks gift card. All right. Starbucks on me. All right. So listen, put away every distraction and lock in to what's about to happen, because this could absolutely be the answer to your prayers. And if they haven't jumped on already, if there are team members from your church, if there are leaders, if you're a pastor, other people are not on this call, go ahead and text it to them right now so they can jump on. because the only way you're going to be able to get this is when you get it live. Okay. So let me take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Henry Tolbert. I've been married to my wife, Latoya, for 16 amazing years. And together, we are the parents of 4 daughters, ranging from an upcoming senior to an upcoming kindergartner. And they are all girls. So, yeah, just go ahead and put me on your prayer list and pray for me, because you know what you can only imagine what it's like, and how exciting my life is, to be a father to 4 girls and a husband to an amazing wife. All right. I'm a former athlete. A huge part of my life has been football. I played football, started playing football at 9 years old. Played in high school. I went to college at Grambling State University, which is where Latoya and I met. We were both college athletes. She played softball and basketball. I played football. And that's where we started our life. And so much of my journey was shaped by that experience, that HBCU experience, but also that experience of being an athlete. I was pretty good, had a chance to be an All-American there at Grambling, and even went on to bounce around professionally for a couple of years. Never made the final NFL roster, but I did get a chance to go and go to camp with several NFL teams. Fun fact, in college, I have actually scored touchdowns in 4 NFL stadiums. All right. Random fact, has nothing to do with what we're talking about today, but I thought it was something fun that I would just throw out there. All right. I'm also the founder of Simple Systems Consulting. And with Simple Systems, we work with pastors and church leaders to help them grow the church without burning themselves out and without using complicated marketing. And that simply means we want to help you grow the church, but not at the expense of your life and your family, and now also not at the expense of compromising the truth. We want you to stand on the truth of who you are, of what God has called you to do. And so we help you do that. All right. Overall, I've got about 20 plus years of ministry experience. I started pretty early. I wasn't a pastor's kid, but my uncle was the pastor. My aunts and uncles were the deacons and deaconess and trustees, and my grandfather was a bishop. So it was a huge part of my life. And so I started really early, even to the point when I left my home church after I graduated high school. I went directly into, well, within a year or two, serving in ministry, in college ministry, and started college ministry when I was about 19, 20, and just continued the journey from there. And here I am. Here I am. All right. So super, super fun. All right. Somebody asked what position I play. All right, great question. So all throughout high school, I was a running back. From little league all the way to high school, I was a running back. And when I got to Grambling State University, we had a quarterback who turned out to be one of the most prolific quarterbacks in NCAA history. My junior year, he threw 57 touchdowns. And so after my freshman year, starting at running back for Grambling, I realized the direction that our offense was going. And so I moved to wide receiver. And lo and behold, it turned out to be the best fit. And so I spent the very, very large part of my career as a wide receiver. So great question. All right. Through Simple Systems, to this point, we've been able to partner with more than 100 pastors. We have several partners. We have worked with several denominations, some that you've heard of, some that you may have not. We have worked with the National Baptist Convention of America Incorporated under the leadership of Dr. Samuel C. Tolbert. We've even had an opportunity to run a major project for All Nations Worship Assembly underneath the leadership of Apostle Matthew Stevenson, and some other groups that we have been a part of and been able to serve as well. As a matter of fact, we've got a new group that we may be getting ready to serve really soon. And maybe you'll hear some more about that in the future. Can't talk about it just yet, but that's a part of who I am, right? And I give you all of this because I want you to know where my passion and my heart comes from. My heart comes from serving the kingdom, serving the church. And if you're on this call, you're a part of that, right? And so I want you to lock in. If you don't already, grab your notebook and a pencil, or grab you something to take notes with, because I'm going to give you a lot, but it's going to be insanely practical. And I'm telling you, if you never hear my voice again, if you take what I'm about to give you on this call and you go and you actually wrestle through it and you put it into practice and you allow the Holy Spirit to work through this information, I'm telling you, it's going to be transformational for you. All right. So we're going to be talking about unleashing revitalization. All right. And so as we get as we get ready to get into that, I want you to stop for a moment. I want you to think about something. All right. If you're sitting somewhere stationary and you can, I want you to just take a moment and just indulge me for a second and just close your eyes. And I want you to picture something. I want you to imagine for a second, how different would your life be if your church was able to add 50 new people? What would that mean for you personally as a leader? What would it mean for you to have new volunteers who could help you do what God has called you to do? What would it mean for you to be able to spend your time focusing on leading and not just doing tasks? Imagine what it would be like if you had 50 new people and each of those person on average added about $1,000 a year to your budget. So imagine how different your budget would be if you had an extra $50,000 to the budget. I want you to imagine for a second how different your life would be with 50 new people. Would you be able to go away on a vacation without worrying about how the church is running while you're away? Like, what does that mean for you? Because I know it means something different for everybody. But I want you to imagine what it would be like if you could add 50 new people to your church. All right. Somebody really quickly for a moment, what would be the biggest change for you personally if your church added 50 new people? Drop it in the chat real quick. All right. What would be the one biggest thing? And you can answer in one word, a few words, whatever it is. What would be the one biggest change, one biggest transformation for you if your church could add 50 new people? Somebody dropped it in there. I want to highlight a couple of responses from some people who have a great imagination. I'm talking to kingdom visionaries on this call. And so as a kingdom visionary, I know that it's not hard for you to imagine. Look at that. I love what he said. He says, I can do real apostolic work international. That's good, Pastor Samuel. Man, I love that. I love that. Pastor Samuel, one of my favorites up there in New York. I could do real apostolic work. Man, there's nothing like having the freedom to be who you were really called to be. Because many of us fall into the space of doing what we have to do, not just what we're called to do. Look at this. Pastor Lynch said, I could be less hands-on. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes being in the mud and being down at the bottom of the mountain cost us our ability to go and spend time on the top of the mountain, right? Come on, somebody call Moses real quick. Look at this. Bishop Williams said our community enrichment program will be birthed. So now you can actually go out and make a big difference doing ministry because you're not just focused on what's happening in the room. All right. So what I'm hearing and what I'm understanding is that it would make a huge difference if 50 people were added to the church. That would make a huge difference. And so let's talk for a moment about why churches are facing decline. Because all across our country, we've seen all these different churches facing decline. And I want to dig down into it just a little bit. Look at what Pastor Russ said. He said, I could focus on what I am truly called to do, cast better vision, develop future leaders. Man, that is so huge. And I can tell Pastor Rush has been working with me because he is already jumping into what we're going to talk about today. He's already diving into it. Look at this. I would have a chance to evangelize in the community and not feel like I have to do everything and be everywhere. Come on, I know that feeling of just being overwhelmed. Man, I remember several years ago, it's been about 10 years ago now. I remember waking up one Sunday morning, sitting on the edge of my bed, crying profusely and not being able to answer my wife and tell her why. I was literally having some kind of breakdown because I was overwhelmed. Our church grew so fast. We went from a service with, 50 to 75 people in it to running 3 full services every weekend. And because I had not yet discovered the power of systems, it was wearing me out and it almost cost me more than I was willing to pay. All right. So let's talk about this. Why is the church facing decline? Why is the church facing decline? Well, a couple of things. Number one, this is just some foundational things I want you to know. The first thing you need to know is every church decreases by 10% every year on average. All right, I need you to grab that. Every church loses 10% of their congregation on average every year, right? Well, why does that happen? It's a whole bunch of different reasons. Some people pass away. Some people move away. Some people get a new job and their schedule changes. People go through divorce. People go through all kind of life. Some people are just disgruntled. But if you average it out, What's normal is about a 10% decline. Now, there are some places, if you have an older congregation, then that number is elevated for you. If you have a congregation that is filled with people who are 50 to 60 and above, then that number is going to increase. But on average, every church loses 10%. I'm talking about even the good ones, even the blessed ones, 10% will go out. All right. And this is what becomes a benchmark for growth. Because if you just add 10% a year, that will just keep you leveled. That will keep you where you are. That will put you in the place we call stagnant. To get into the place of growth, the percentage of people that you add has to be greater than the percentage of people that you lose, right? So one of the reasons churches are declining is because churches are losing 10% every year without fail. Another reason that churches are declining is because of the post-pandemic faith crisis. All right, church leaders, y'all saw this during the pandemic revealed to us that some of the people who thought they were spiritually strong weren't as strong as they thought they were. I wonder if I can get an amen in the chat on that one. Some of the people who really thought they were spiritually strong, we later discovered that they were not as strong as they thought they were. They started having these crises of faith the moment that they could be in church every Sunday, the moment that we couldn't be there to keep them in line, the moment we couldn't be there to tell them what to do and how to go. We saw a lot of people fall away. And so what has happened is that there's been almost a reset when it comes to discipleship, when it comes to people walking in their faith. And so one of the things that we've got to do is that we've got to understand that there are some people, even some that we have depended on in the past, because I think this is where it hurt most, is that I would maybe expect a faith crisis from somebody who was just a pew member. But we saw this happen in leaders. We saw this happen in the people who were sitting around the table with us. They got a chance that they got so comfortable watching service on the screen at home that we've been struggling to get them to come back, right? We've been struggling to get those people to step back in. So that's been a huge deal. All right. So that's another reason that churches are declining. Another reason is the financial recession. You know, our economy is in shambles right now. Our economy is at a tough spot. And I say that prospectively, it depends on where you sit. If you're a person who is not an action taker, then this economy is horrible for you. But if you're a person who sees opportunity in this economy, is great. It reminds me of 2008. I remember in 2008, man, we lost a whole lot of stuff. And I declare even then that when this came around again, because recessions are cyclical, that when it came around again, I'd be ready for it. And one of the things that I've learned to see this time around is that the recession is a time where most people are going to take a step back and do nothing. And so for those people who are willing to be action takers, it's a chance to go forward, right? And so you've got to understand that that's a part of where we are right now. And then here's a final reason another reason that I think churches are declining is that people are so focused on enjoyment. Man, I remember a time where people used to plan their vacation around what the Lord was doing in the church. And now, man, people just, if they decide they want to go out of town, they get up and go. It doesn't matter what they're responsible for. It doesn't matter what their roles are. None of that stuff matters, right? We can no longer assume that people prioritize the work of the kingdom. And so these are challenges that we're facing. And so what we're going to figure out today is how do we get on the other side of it, all right? And so if you're taking notes, and I hope all of you are, here is the one thing that I want you to grab. I need you to get this. This is the statement that's going to set the foundation for everything else we talk about. If you can grab a hold of this statement, it will absolutely change your ministry. Like, here's that moment. You've been praying for that moment. You've been praying for the next step. You've been praying for God to do something. Here is the moment. I'm giving you the statement that could change everything. The secret to successful church revitalization is understanding what's causing your stagnation. I'm going to say it again. The secret to successful church revitalization is understanding what's causing your stagnation. You cannot solve a problem that you do not know exists. One of the things that I have seen over the past several years that hurts most churches is they don't know what problem they're trying to solve. They don't know what problem they're trying to solve. And so the secret is understanding what's causing the stagnation. Let's take that statement a step further. And I want you to understand a part of how I think about church growth. Church growth is not something we make happen, but we can stop it from happening. I want us to get this, right? Because I never promise people that my job is to come in and I'm going to force their church to grow. That's really not the approach I take. The approach I take is actually the opposite, because I think the opposite is true. I do think that it's true that the Lord will add to the church. I also think it's true that the Lord always wants to add to the church. I think it's true that he wants to see people come to salvation and come to redemption in him. I do think that's true. But I also think it's true that we can put barriers in the way that block that from happening. And so if you want to know how to move the church forward, it's figuring out, how are you standing in God's way? How are we standing in the way of what God is trying to do? And it can be so many different things. And I'm going to talk about this later. But I was reminded of the scripture. I want to say it's John 6:66, but I can't remember. But I reminded of the scripture where it says that Jesus, referencing Jesus, says, but he could not do many miracles there because of their unbelief. Right? It was literally the fact that they could not. Somebody tell me in the chat what passage is that, because I may be quoting that wrong. But it literally says that it was their inability to believe in the one God sent that kept them from going forward. Like, so there were literally people there who could have been healed, but they weren't, because the people couldn't believe. And so what you've got to figure out is what's blocking the church from growing. All right. So let's dive into that a little bit. All right. I want to dive into 3 secrets I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to break down each one. But 3 secrets. I just gave you the big thing. Now I'm going to give you these 3 things that you need to grab, that you can wrestle with, that I'm going to help you wrestle with on this call. All right. Matthew 13:58. Thank you, Pastor Samuel. And here's one of the things. Maybe John 6 is the one, because there was one that was about people deserting him. I think that may have been what I was thinking about, where Jesus said, eat my flesh, drink my blood, and they walked away from him, or something like that. But thank you for quoting that. All right. But I'm going to give you 3 secrets. And these 3 secrets, if you take them and you wrestle with them, I'm telling you, we're going to go forward, and we're going to have a Q&A at the end. So if you have questions, I want you to grab them, because I'm going to give you an opportunity to share those questions. And maybe even some of you, if you would like to come on screen and ask them, we'll be able to dialogue a little bit. All right. So let's talk about these 3 things. First secret number 1, your greatest barriers are often connected to past success. Your greatest barriers are often connected to past success. All right. If you are a leader and you've been leading for any amount of time, 3 things are probably true about you. One of 3 things are probably true about you. Number 1, you have led an organization or a church through some success. That's probably true of you. Most of you, you've probably had a season of ministry and a season of life where you have seen what God promised you fully come to pass. And that's a beautiful thing. The second thing that's probably true about you, if the first one is not, is that you have been a part of a church or an organization where you've experienced success, where you've been close up and personal with that success. You've got a chance to be a part of it. You've got a chance to be on a team, whatever it may be. And if none of those 2 things are true, the third thing that is true is that from where you are, you've seen success. You've looked over at another church. You've looked over at something that some other leader was doing, and you saw success, right? For a long time, I was in that category. As a matter of fact, I remember several years ago, I went through a period for about a year where I unfollowed every pastor friend I had on social media, because I got tired of going to church on Sunday, having the most awful experience in some cases. And I'm just being honest. And I hope this is a place I can be honest. I'm talking about having one of those experiences where nothing seemed to be organized. Stuff didn't seem to go right. I didn't know who was going to show up, who was going to be in the room. And having those experiences only to get on social media and to see all of my friends talk about, oh man, didn't God move today? And I'm like, well, look, he moving with y'all. Why he ain't moving over here? You know, and I got so frustrated because I was seeing their success. And here's the truth of the matter. Whether you led success, you were a part of success, or you've just seen success, some of the greatest barriers that you face are connected to those successes of the past. All right. So let's dive into that a little bit. A couple of things that go into that. All right. And here is how past success can cause stagnation. One way it causes stagnation is that it leads us into a lack of vision or purpose. Maybe our past success because of what we've been a part of, and we saw the mission statement and we saw the purpose statement, we saw what the church was doing. Sometimes success causes us to try to copy what we saw in one place or in one season to bring over into a new season. And that doesn't always work. You can't just copy the purpose of the past to bring into the present because it doesn't always fit. Just ask David. David won a great victory under the Lord's guidance. And then after that victory, he had enough wisdom to say, shall I go up this way again? And the Lord says to him, no, the way that worked last time is not going to work this time. So I need you to go a different way. And sometimes we are stuck in stagnation because we do not have a vision or purpose that fits the moment, the time, and the season that we are in. This is where we got to be like the sons of Issachar. We've got to understand the times and the seasons. It's not just enough to understand what to do or what we've done once. We've got to understand what to do in the season that we're in. So that's one major cause of stagnation, is a lack of vision or purpose, or a vision or purpose that doesn't fit our time. Like we've got to do this. We'll talk more about this in a little bit. Number two, another thing that causes stagnation in the church is resistance to change. All right. Now, I'm talking to everybody on this call. I'm going to step on everybody's toes evenly, because a resistance to change can come from the pulpit and it can come from the pews. But a resistance to change is a cause of stagnation. What we have to understand is whether we change or not, the world around us is changing. Right? And I'm not talking about changing your core values, changing what you believe in. I'm talking about changing your methods, not your message, but your methods. A resistance to change is a cause for stagnation. There are so many leaders in so many churches that are stuck. Look at that. I like that. Karen said it's tight, but it's right. Come on, somebody. Tight, but it's right. All right, listen. There are so many leaders in churches that are stuck because they're resistant to change. Change does not have to be bad. I think sometimes when we hear the word change, we assume that we're losing something good. And for all of my leaders on the call, I think I ought to give you this because I believe it's a blessing. Whenever we talk about change, people think about what they gain second and what they will lose first. I'm going to say it again. Whenever we as leaders talk about change, people think about what they're going to get second, but the first thing they think about is what they're going to lose. And so when you talk about change, you've got to understand that. But resistance to change is one of the greatest causes of stagnation. Can I be honest with y'all? I'm going to tell y'all what makes me, I'm going to tell you the number one reason that I don't make a great pastor. And I'm bearing my soul with this. I'm going to just be honest. I'm impatient. I am impatient. I just am. When God shows me something and I see it and I can have a conversation with you and know you see it, I struggle to connect with the fear that makes people deny what God has made clear to us because we're concerned about how we'll be personally affected. I don't connect well with that. And that makes me struggle as a pastor. It just does. I'm impatient. When God shows us a way, and he shows us a way out, he shows us a way forward, he shows us a way to help people, I believe we ought to pursue it. And I understand people are people, but I'm not one of those people who's good with watching other people struggle for the sake of a few people's comfort. All right. So that's how we gotta do it. Look at this. I love this. He said, Pastor Edward said, you can't leave from a place of fear. My Lord, today. That's it. All right. Let's keep going. Number three. Look at that. He said, sounds like a different 5-0 grace we were talking about. Listen, come on, somebody. Look, that's me. That's why I shifted. I had to move into what God was saying. All right. Here's the third thing. The third thing, another major cause of stagnation is disconnection with your new community. Disconnection with your new community. If you have been leading for, I'm gonna say, 10 years or more in the same area, especially, your community is different than when you started. I would even argue if you've been leading for 5 years, the community you're in is not the same as the community that you started with. You know, it is said that now in this information age, we produce literally more information every year and every month than we did in all of history combined. Like, think about that. We produce more information than any other time in history. Stuff is speeding up. Stuff is speeding up and it's changing fast. And many of you are in communities where grandma has now left the house to the grandkids. And so, grandma that you used to connect with, grandma that used to have a sense of community, grandma that grew up in a place where you can go knock on a neighbor's door and ask for a cup of sugar, that grandma is no longer there. And she left her house to children who didn't have to pay for it. And because they didn't have to pay for it, they don't value it the same. They don't care about it the same. And some of them just have different values. Even if they're good people, they just have different values. And so as a result, the mission that your church had towards the community in one season has to be different in this next season because you're reaching a completely different group of people. And so one of the things that's causing stagnation is that you're disconnected with your new community. All right. Now, let me give you the other side of this. The other side of this disconnection with your new community is that you have not embraced your digital community. There are people whose ears have been tuned to your voice and they live across the country. But if you are not embracing technology, they have no way to connect with you. And so you're missing out on your new community. Communities are virtual now. You've got your community that is geographical right around your church, which is still a huge opportunity because you can do deep life with those people. But also the rest of the world has adjusted to doing life with one another in the digital space. There are more students going to college online than any other time in history. More people do their banking online than any other time in history. More people work from home online than any other time in history. And the church is one of the final institutions that is still being resistant to taking advantage of this new community. And it's a cause for stagnation. Is that if we are unwilling to connect with the new community, we miss out on what God is trying to do and wants to do. We've got to make sure that we see the value of the digital community. Look at this. I love what Pastor Cole said. He says, it takes divine patience. Man, listen, that's a word and a half. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I teach on the fivefold, one of the things I teach is that when God calls you and he gives you the gift of the pastor from that fivefold, he gives you the capacity to love people at a level that they cannot return. It calls for a deep divine patience. It calls for it. So that's so good. Look at this, Pastor Samuel. I love this. He said, our faith community is primarily digital. That's true. It's primarily digital. We've got to understand that the digital community is an opportunity for us. All right. Number 4, another reason, and I told y'all I was coming for it today. Another major cause of stagnation is neglected leadership development. Neglected leadership development. When times were good in the church, we settled for letting people do ministry without training them to be a ministry. And because we settled for letting people do ministry, we didn't develop their ability to be a ministry. Now that we need them, they are not ready. We don't have enough people who are ready. I don't know if you guys had this encounter, but I had an encounter with a couple of Hebrew Israelites not long ago. And man, that was a moment that broke my heart. Several years ago when I was on staff at a church, and I was serving, and there was this young man who wanted to be mentored. And so I started working with him. I started mentoring him. And I was helping walk him through his purpose and through his calling. And I was trying to help him. And in the context where we were, the church just didn't have a lot of opportunities. We were trying to develop them, but we were fighting against that resistance to change, right? And so this young man, I was working with him. I was helping him. He was coming along. He was open. He was available. But the church was so stuck in its traditional that it just wouldn't come forward. All right. And so fast forward, maybe 2 years later, I went on Facebook, and there was this post going viral from this Hebrew Israelite talking about how shallow and how fake the church is. And it was this exact same young man. It was this young man. And when I went on his page and I just started scrolling through his page and just looking at his journey, what I discovered is that they had radicalized him because they leaned into his desire for development. They told him he was a leader. They told him he was God's man. They told him that he was the chosen one, that he was the chosen from the chosen tribe and the chosen nation and all the stuff that they teach. And it touched something in him. And while we are not necessarily at a threat to lose all of our people to other groups and factions and cults like that, I think there's a lesson to be learned that people not only need to be trained, but people want to be trained. People want to be trained. Most people want to be great at something. And if you can give them a blueprint to be great at something, it will change and transform their lives. But one of the things that is hurting most churches is that leaders aren't being developed. And so the full measure of what the church could be is not coming forward. It's not coming forward. Church is one of the places where we allow folks to work without proper training. My Lord, today, we got to train. We got to train people. Look at this. I love what Pastor Coles is saying too. He said we have to trust before we train. I've learned that lesson. And here's another thing that goes with that, Pastor Coles, is that I've learned that training helps increase trust. If I'm training you and I'm telling you exactly what to do and how to get it done and where to go and so on and so on, man, I'm telling you, it is there. Look at Bishop Williams. We have to see what God sees in future leader and cultivate it. We have to. We got to cultivate it. Like God, when God sends the people, we've got to train them. I'm working on a book right now, and I'm hoping to have it finished in the next month or so, Lord willing. Y'all pray for me. But in the book, one of the things I talk about different kinds of teams, and I use an NBA analogy. And I talk about how you've got a team like the 04 Pistons who can win by just having 5 strong, solid players. Then you've got the team like the Michael Jordan Bulls, where you've got MJ, you've got Scotty, and then you got everybody else who stars in their role, right? I talked about the LeBron teams of the past, where you've got this guy who is so overwhelming, but he's surrounded by people with a very specific skill set. And then you've got the Spurs, you got all these different teams. You've got to know what kind of team you have. And I'm telling you, most of us don't have a team where we've got a million superstars. And that's how we operate. We operate most often like we've got a bunch of superstars around us. And we got some really, really gifted people. But the reason the church can't operate like a superstar team is because this ain't like sports where we can call a timeout and we can take a break and we play in a season and we got to offset. This is real life. People burn out. And so even if you depend too heavily on your gifted people, you can lose them. Right. And it's one of the secrets. You've got to develop more leaders. As a matter of fact, the last church I pastored, when we wanted to grow that church, I didn't set a goal to add 50 new attendees to the church, even though we would eventually add more than that. I set a goal to increase the size of our pre-service huddle. I said, if we can go from 10 people to 25 people in our pre-service huddle, meaning that they're serving, that we've got 25 people engaged in executing the service every week, that'll make a world of difference. And so that's one of the things that you've got to think about, is you've got to think about leadership development. All right, let's keep going. Number 5, another cause for stagnation is financial stress. Now, I know I'm going to hit a vein with a bunch of y'all with this one. All right, I'm going to hit a vein. Financial stress. One of the reasons that many churches are stuck is because financial stress takes something out of you. You know, here's one of the things I've learned, and I know my wife is on the call and she can amen this. One of the things that I have learned is that I am at my worst when I'm under financial pressure. I'm at my worst, right? The way I feel anyway. I feel like I'm at my worst, all right? Now, that being said, sometimes I perform at my best because I got to do what you got to do type of mentality. But here's what I learned. And listen, if you don't know my story, I grew up in a single parent home in the inner city of Birmingham, Alabama, moving from one house or apartment to the next almost every year. I have lived in almost every neighborhood in Birmingham, which is why I can go anywhere and get along with people from almost any hood. Okay. But so I know the struggle. I grew up in the struggle, and I spent so much of my time in my life in financial stress. But when I started to work myself out of it, one of the things I realized is that when I can free myself from financial stress, I can really be the leader that I'm called to be. I can really be the leader I'm called to be. And when I talk about financial stress, I'm talking about being so concerned about whether or not you can live your life and just pay your basic bills, or being worried about the church being able to pay its basic bills, and all of those different things, they will wear you down. I remember when we first planted the church. I never forget, we went through our first winter, or what we call winter here in the South, where it was cold, and you know our attendance went down, but we had to run the heat to keep people warm. Man, I'll never forget the first time we got $1,000 electric bill in that little storefront church. Man, I like to have a conniption. I literally considered shutting down the church for a month until until we could go figure it out. You know why? Because I knew it had to come out of our pocket. And we were already surviving on one income, because I had not embraced being bivocational at that time. And man, the stress of that, there was a matter of fact, during that same time, there was an opportunity that came along for a month, doc. Like, I was gonna shut it down. I was gonna shut it down. Like, listen, we as a family, we was already eating pancakes and hot dogs, like just trying to keep stuff as thin as possible, right? And we was gonna do it. And here's what's crazy: at that same time, an opportunity came along where this guy who had a TBN show reached out to me and said, "Hey, you know, we've seen some of what you guys are doing on social media," because we were live streaming at the time, "and we see, you know, that you guys are really, you know, building a buzz and really doing some great. Like, man, we want to feature you on TBN. Like, can we feature you?" Man, do you know, I said no to that opportunity because I was overwhelmed with the financial stress. I couldn't even think about it. All right. And so this is a cause of stagnation. Your focus on the finances is taking your focus off of the possibilities of the future. I would argue you can't even dream fully if your present is underwater in financial stress. And so you've got to have a plan to get to the other side of that. All right. So listen, here are 5. Somebody tell me real quick, of these 5, which one jumps out to you the most? Which one jumps out to you the most? Why 5? And while you give me that, I'm gonna share some of these comments. Look at this. I love this. He says the church leadership need to teach entrepreneurship and business for the congregation as Jesus required when he said, occupy until he returns, which means doing business. I love that. I embrace that for the rest of my life. I'll be bivocational. Even as I serve with other churches in unique capacities, one of the things that I have embraced is that I will always be bivocational because I've embraced businessry. That a part of my ministry is business. So I think that's super, super important. All right. All right. So I see a lot of people say number 4, which is the leadership development. I see some number 2s, resistance to change. Number 1, I see a lot of y'all agree. Look at this. Somebody said, Pastor Edward said, my grandparents lived in Dolomite. Okay. Oh wow. That's right. Great. Birmingham creates some amazing people, amazing leaders. All right. So we got it. All right. So secret number 1, we talked about this. All right. So now let's move into secret number 2. All right. Now, again, remember, we got to get into this. And I am all on board with bivocational entrepreneurship, all of those things. I think it's vitally important. All right. Secret number 2. So let's bring it a little bit closer. All right. Your growth is directly connected to your willingness to make adjustments. Your willingness to make adjustments. All right. Here in Alabama, we don't have an NFL team, so college football is king around here. And I'm 45 minutes from the University of Alabama, from Tuscaloosa, where the great Nick Saban is the patron saint and head coach. All right. Nick Saban is an amazing coach. He has brought several championships to the area, and we celebrate and we love him for it. But you want to know one of my favorite things about Nick Saban, and one of the things that I think makes him so good is his willingness to make adjustments. He makes adjustments. Is that he is not so stubborn in what he wants to do that he ignores the changes that need to be made for him to accomplish the really big goal. And I want to say this to the leaders on the call right now. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to decide whether or not it's important that you do things your way, or whether or not it's important that you accomplish the mission. You're going to have to decide, because those two things won't always be together. Sometimes the most successful thing you could do is to make an adjustment that you weren't prepared to make. Again, I spent most of my life as a football player playing one position, and all of my idols played that position. I love Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders. They were my guys, man. I wrote to them as a kid. Those are the guys that I wanted to be connected with. And then when I got to college, I'll never forget, one of my coaches said something to me. He said, hey, if you move to this position, like you saw what such and such was doing, he was an All-American. He is at NFL camp right now. If you move to this position, man, I'm telling you, it could be a game changer. And I'm sitting there like, man, all my life I've been planning to do it this way. And now here's an opportunity. But what's the goal? Was the goal for me to be successful or to do it my own way? All right. And so you've got to understand the mission. Look at what Bishop Williams said. I love this. My military background makes me always want to accomplish the mission. I love that. As a matter of fact, I've got a training in our program where I talk about the best kind of volunteers. And one of the best kind of volunteers you could ever have is former military people. They understand the chain of command, and they understand the importance of a mission. I kid you not. Military people often make amazing leaders because they understand that. All right. So let's talk about this, your willingness to make adjustments. So now I'm going to give you some solutions to the issues and the problems that we raise in secret number 1. All right. So now let's talk about 5 adjustments to move you towards flourishing. All right. 5 adjustments to move you towards flourishing. All right. Number 1, you need to revisit a unique purpose. One of my pet peeves is when churches choose as their mission statement or their purpose statement this generic set of words that look exactly the same as everybody else's. Now, don't get me wrong. All of the church has the same mission statement. Like, I believe the Great Commission applies to all of us. However, I also believe that our mission statement is an opportunity to express the unique way that God has called us to fulfill it. Because we all can't fulfill the Great Commission in every single way. And so, what we've got to embrace is how do we do it in our specific way? How do we do it in our specific way? We were talking about entrepreneurship earlier, pastors, and one of the things that if you want to be a solid entrepreneur, one of the things that you have to learn is what they call niching down, which means really getting clear on the specific problem that you solve. Right? We started off working with, all kind of working with churches, and we work with some nonprofits, and we work with regular believers, and then eventually we came to the point where we said, hey, our specialty, we can work with everybody, but our specialty is that we help African American churches under 100. That's our niche down unique purpose. So now when people go out there and they see all these other programs like the ones that I was a part of, I was a part of Renegade Pastor with Nelson Searcy. I was in a mastermind with Michael Lukaszewski, who leads Church Fuel. I was with Rick Warren and his purpose-driven stuff. I was with all of those. And I was in FIFA with Bishop T.D. Jakes, and I went to Project Gideon for I think four or 5 years in a row, whatever it was. I went through all of these, and I realized none of this stuff is contextualized for the people who really need it. It's not contextualized for the pastors who have less than 100 people in their church and they're trying to figure it out. And so we niche down. All right. And so what you got to figure it out is how do you do it your way? Come on, Pastor Samuels. Or I'm gonna call you apostle, because you got to get the apostolic, you got to do the apostolic ministry. Like we got to do all these things, but it ain't the same for everybody. It's the truth. We have got to figure it out. Look, he says, I was in all 4 programs too. We got to figure out what's the unique purpose. Because here's the truth about your unique purpose and your unique mission statement is that it says to people who are trying to figure out in a world where I got to pass by 20 churches to get to yours, why do I want to come to yours? Why? And I encourage you. Here's another thing I encourage you to do. Most churches use language that only talks about the church. I would encourage you to figure out how your mission statement uses a language that tells people how you want to impact their lives. Right? The last church I pastored, our mission statement, one of the first things I did was adjust our mission statement, and I changed it to, we exist to make, develop, and empower transform followers of Jesus Christ. Right? And when they wanted to know more details, make was about introducing people to Jesus. Developing was about growing people up in Jesus, and empowering was releasing people to go and serve in ministry with Jesus. Right? It was our unique way. Right? It wasn't just a generic way of communicating. So you need to revisit your mission. You need to revisit how you say it, and you need to make sure that your mission becomes an integral part of what you do, so that people can grab it and go. That people can just type it out. I asked that question at the beginning. I said, I'm gonna give a gift card to the first person who can say, hey, we could type in our mission statement. And it took a minute, right? But if your mission statement is not portable, then I know people aren't constantly aren't intentionally living it out. So you need to have that. All right. Revisit your mission statement. All right. The second thing that you can do to move towards flourishing is you need to honestly face areas of change. All right. Let me ask you a hard question. What's the elephant in the room at your church? What's the elephant in the room? Come on, don't act shy. You know what it is. You know what it is. Everybody know what it is. We all know what the elephant in the room is. When are you going to face that elephant? Because here's one of the things that hurts your ability to flourish is that when new people come into your culture, they have not made a pet of that elephant like you have. And so when they look at that elephant and see how disruptive that elephant is, right? When they look at that elephant and they see it, and they look at you and they see that you see it, but you're not addressing it, then you begin to lose credibility with them. So what's the elephant in the room? You need to be honest about it, and you need to come face to face with it. Bishop Williams said, it's me as a female pastor. If that's the elephant in the room, then come face to face with it. And you can make it very clear that, hey, look, this is who we are. This is what we believe. If you want to get on board, come on. If you don't, I'll holler at you. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to sit here and go back and forth about something that's already been settled in our culture. And I get it. Everybody has different values about that. And they get to vote with their feet. But you don't need to run away from that. What's the elephant in the room? All right. Sometimes the elephant in the room is a disruptive leader. It's somebody who won't get in alignment with what God is trying to do. Sometimes, as I see one pastor saying, it's an old leader still being in the room who is causing disruption. Right? What is the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room? You got to deal with it. Pastor Saples said it's a lack of attendance. That's an elephant in the room. Absolutely. Especially if you got other leaders, because they awkward and they're sensing like, okay, man, we're not quite moving forward. And they know you see it. That's the elephant in the room. So rather than running from it, face it. I remember when I was younger and we were in the church, one of the things that I would often see is that if we had like an evening program and a lot of people weren't there, what was the first thing somebody on the microphone was going to say? They're going to say, well, hey, where 2 or 3 are gathered. Hey, where 2 or 3 are gathered, he's in the midst, right? It was an elephant in the room. We already knew, right? It was an elephant in the room. So face it. Face that, hey, look, we need to change this. I'm telling you. Please hear me, pastors. Please hear me, pastors. All right. So let me share another part of my life. And if you stick with me on this analogy, I promise it's going to come back home. All right. I love hero movies, right? I'm all into it. Matter of fact, full disclosure, I just watched Iron Man. What else did I watch this morning? I watched something else this morning, right? I just watched Iron Man. I think I watched Iron Man 2 this morning, something like that. All right. I love those superhero movies, right? But for those of you who follow, there are 2 different camps. There's a camp where you got, what they call Marvel, and then you've got DC. Marvel is like your Iron Mans and your Captain Americas and Thors and all of those Hulks. And then your DC is your Superman, your Batman, all of those kind of things like that. All right. For many, many years, Marvel was killing DC, even though I think DC came along first. One of the reasons that your Supermans and all of those weren't doing well for many, many years is because the heroes weren't flawed enough. Hear what I'm saying on this. I'm going somewhere, I promise you. The heroes weren't flawed enough. Superman was like unstoppable. Like there was nothing that could stop him or hurt him except this super rare thing called kryptonite. And that helped a little bit, but people couldn't connect with his character because none of us are Superman, right? But when Marvel came along, most of the Marvel heroes were flawed people who got their powers later. They were flawed people, right? They were flawed people who already had stuff that was wrong with them. And then out of that, they got their powers. Here's the point that I'm making. You trying to appear to be Superman or Superwoman who has all the answers and who can solve every problem is not helping you, it's hurting you. When you see a real problem, and I know I'm sitting on this a little bit, but I need to do this. All right. If you see a problem, please honestly face it. Honestly face it and give people an opportunity to solve it with you. Honestly face it. Honestly face it. Come on. Honestly face it. All right. I see Pastor Edwards talked about embracing tradition. Yes. I'm going to share because I'm going to share some real life examples coming up in a little bit. All right. I'm about to get to that in just a second. So I love that you shared that. All right. So honestly face areas of change. All right. Number 3 is you need to reconnect with your community. All right. And I'm going to speed up through these just a little bit. All right. So if your community has changed, And we talked about that one of the issues is being disconnected from your new community. How are you going to reconnect with your community? One of the things that you need to do is you need to reassess your community. You need to reassess your community. All right. If you're taking notes, I want you to write this down. I want you to write down this website called City Data. City Data. CITY-DATA. All right. And so after we get off this call or sometime next week, what I want you to do is I want you to type in the name of your city and state and City Data, and I want you to Google it. All right. So type in Brooklyn, New York, City Data, Birmingham, Alabama, City Data, Sunrise, Florida, City Data, Dallas, Texas, City Data. All right. And I want you to Google it. And what it's going to do is that it's going to pull you up a demographic report about your city. And if you want to get more specific, it'll even show you the neighborhoods and the different zip codes. You can even type in your zip code and City Data, and it'll pull up data on your city. Like I just saved somebody like thousands of dollars right there. Just being able to do a demographic study on your community. All right. So literally take a minute and just reconnect and rediscover your community. What's really happening in the community that you're in? Like, I think it's important that you know. You want to know how you can serve your community? What are the top 3 crimes committed in your zip code? You need to go find out, because City Data will tell you. What are the schools in your zip code and what are their ratings? What's the most frequent profession in your zip code? You need to reconnect with your community, and City Data will help you do that. All right. So you need to go in there, you need to reconnect, and you need to figure out what's really happening there. The second thing you need to do is you need to figure out, how are you going to digitally connect with the people who speak your language? Listen, I don't care who you are. I don't care how weird you are. There is a group of people, and I say that, I'm kind of joking a little bit when I say how weird you are, right? But there's a group of people out there just for you. All right. Pastor Roberts, it's not a needs assessment, but you can do something similar. The website that I'm giving you with City Data is going to show you, it's going to break down everything about your zip code. It's going to tell you the racial makeup. It's going to tell you the population. It's going to give you crime stats. It's going to give you financial breakdowns, average income per household. It's going to tell you the what people are doing. It's going to tell you the local colleges and university schools, how many people attend them, all those kind of things. It's going to break it down for you, and it's going to be so valuable because let's say, for example, your church is filled with people who are 50 and above, and you want to reach more young people. Knowing the community college or the universities within 10 to 20 miles of your church and how many students they have can help you make a good decision about whether or not you want to invest some resources into reaching people from that university. So let's say, for example, you're in New York, right? And let's say NYU is close to your church. You could then run Facebook ads and target people who like or who are connected with NYU. And you could target them to show them videos about your church and about getting connected with your church with a link to a form that says, hey, look, plan your visit. But you need the right information to make that decision. All right. So just think about how you're going to reconnect with your community. All right. Number 4, here's another thing you need to do. You need to build a plan for new leaders. All right. Here's one of the mistakes that many leaders make is that they think that they need to wait until new leaders show up to build a plan. And I'm telling you, sometimes God doesn't send rain until he sees your bucket. So I'm telling you, build your bucket first. Build a plan for how you can begin to develop new leaders. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be a lot. But you got to build a plan. I don't care if your plan is I'll give you my plan for the church that I most recently pastored. Every first Sunday, we catered dinner after service. All right. We catered dinner after service. And after service, our entire leadership team, that was people who led a ministry in our church and their families, we sat down and we had a meal together for 30 minutes. It was just fellowship, hanging out, no agenda. And then 30 minutes in, I said to all the leaders, all right, let's shift to another room while their families kept chilling, kept eating. We went in another room and we worked on development. We talked about upcoming projects. We talked about, I talked through some kind of development piece. We talked about all those kinds of things. Right. And so that was a huge part of our development. Right. Some of the pastors in our boot camp can tell you one of the things that I encourage is carve out some time to spend with your leaders one-on-one, wherever you can. Take them to coffee, take them to lunch, take them to dinner. Just spend time with one person a week, 3 people a week, whatever it is. You're going to eat anyway. Most of us eat at least 2 meals a day. Why not do one of those meals with somebody else? All right. So you need to build a plan for leaders. You need to be prepared for it. If you're asking God to send it, you need to be prepared for it. One of the greatest travesties that I see in the church is us praying for stuff that we're not prepared for, or praying for things that we're unwilling to prepare for. If you're asking God to send you new leaders, start preparing for them. If a new leader shows up to your church this weekend, what's step 1? All right. And then number 5, I want to challenge you to take a new approach to giving. Financial stress is holding back your ability to be creative. Right. So what I want to challenge you to do is take a new approach. Take a new approach to giving. All right. And I'm going to give you a couple of practical things. One thing that you could do is that make sure that you have multiple ways for people to give. All right. Multiple ways. Right. And this is super basic. And I know I'm preaching to the choir with some of you, but make sure that people can give in person, that people can give via text, they can give online, they can give via Zelle, via Cash App, all of those different things. Because the thing that's true about all those different services is that when people find their favorite one, they stick with it. And so it's not a good idea to say, okay, look, we got Cash App, so anybody who wants to give like that can give via Cash App. Well, the person who loves Venmo doesn't trust Cash App. That's why they got Venmo. They think Cash App isn't secure enough. And then the person who has Zelle uses Zelle because it's directly connected to their bank account, because Zelle connects to your bank account, right? And to your banking app, depending on who you use. And so it would be smart to have all of them. And I know what you're thinking. Like, why have all of them? People not going to give through. Well, here's the thing. If there's one person who is willing to give through a platform, it's worth it. If you tell me if this would be a bad idea, if every Sunday your giving is, we had 30% of our giving came in-house through cash, 20% came in via text, another 20% came in via Cash App, because that's all my millennials and Gen Xers. But then I got another 5% that came in via Zelle, another 5% that came in via Venmo, and then the rest came in later throughout the week. Who would be mad at that? I don't care if it's an extra $100. If all you get on a Sunday is $100 that come through Venmo, you can use that to go get you some invite cards printed and go invite 2,000 more people to church. How you doing? Come on, somebody. Take a new approach to giving. All right. That's one part. The other part of it is, I want to challenge you with something. Teach generosity. Teach generosity. And again, for those of you in the program, you already know this, but teach generosity when it comes to giving. I think we are limiting what God can do if we get stuck on the tithe. It is my firm belief that the tithe was meant to be the floor, not the ceiling. And if you teach generosity, you give people the tools they need to go above and beyond. See, when I teach the tithe, I give you license to give your 10% and stop. But when I teach generosity, none of us stop until the mission is complete. None of us stop till the mission is complete. So if we're saying, hey, we need to we're going to feed the teachers at this local school. They've been going through some hard times, and we just want to go and cater Italian food for these 50 teachers and staff members at this school, all right, then if I'm teaching tithing, once people give their 10%, if that ain't enough, too bad. But if I'm teaching generosity, even if you gave your 10% and I say, hey, we still about $50 short, you're still a part of the mission. And that's a very light and shallow example. Very light and shallow example. The bigger example is the Acts church, who shared all things common. If there is a need that the church carries, we're all in it together. And here's one of the things I discovered is that when you teach people to be generous givers, and we talk about the 5 different types of givers in the program, but if you teach people to be generous givers, I'm telling you that you'll find yourself living above the line, not just on the line. Get the people off the training wheels. Tie the training wheels. In the New Testament, everything I am belongs to God. And this is not to manipulate people to give more than what they have. This is to set a kingdom culture of generosity that says there's more that God wants to do through me, but it's about me and my willingness to make an adjustment. All right. So real quick, we're about to go through the home stretch. Tell me, which one of these 5 was most impactful for you? 5 adjustments to help you move towards flourishing. Give me your best ones, or the ones that really jumped out to you, and the ones that were really, really strong to you. All right. I love that. Generosity, be a cheerful giver. That's it. Bishop Williams said, I'm a giver and I teach the same. That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So we've got to make sure that we do, that we make these adjustments, All right. So we're getting ready to go. The members expect my wife and I to support the church. Yep, that's a culture thing. And again, it's one of those things, Pastor Staples, that you can absolutely break through. You can absolutely break through. Unfortunately, it won't break through with every single person. But I'm telling you, you can break through with people in your church. Sometimes this is why I think it's so important, going back to number 2, to honestly face areas of change. That's an area of change. That's an elephant in the room I need to talk about. That, hey, look, everybody thinks that we're the ones, right? And maybe it's because I know you're business owners, and when you're a business owner and you're not dying, people assume you're rich. I think people, when you're a bivocational pastor, people put you in 2 categories: the person who just barely getting by, and the person who has more than they could ever dream of. And that is not true, but those are the categories that they sometimes put us in. And so one of the things, Pastor Staples, is to reset that belief or reframe it. And that doesn't mean that you say, hey, we over here struggling. And sometimes it means that, hey, look, we're living blessed because we do blessed stuff, and we trying to get you to do the same. I'm not coming down to where you are. No, I'm not going to pour mouth just to make you feel comfortable, right? But I will invite you to come up to where I'm living on these kingdom principles. All right. So it looks like, man, we got a good mix. A lot of you are really looking at a couple of these different ones. All right. Beautiful. All right. So let's go to number 3, and then we'll get ready for Q&A. So if you have some questions, go ahead and get your questions together. And if you want to come on screen to share them, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that here shortly. All right. So here is the 3rd and final secret. And this is so important. Growing churches get outside help. All right. I mentioned earlier that I've been a part of a bunch of different programs. One of the ones that I did mention I was a part of this group called C3 Global, led by Ed Young Jr. out in Grapevine, Texas. And so I used to go to the conference. As a matter of fact, my wife and I, we spoke at the conference in breakout sessions, and we were featured in the conference before, and all these kind of things. And it was a huge conference. It was about 5,000 people in the conference. As a matter of fact, I was just talking with with Pastor Chappell from Faith Church LA just 2 days ago. I was telling him, because this is a story I don't tell often. I was in that conference with about 5,000 people in it the first year I went. And Stephen Furtick stood me up in the conference, told my story, pointed to me, and told me that God was calling me to be an agent of change, right? I got the video to this day. Matter of fact, if y'all follow me on social media, you'll probably see it coming up soon. But literally in this conference, right? So this little dude who had spent his last to get there. Like literally, I sat on the couch and cried. I preached faith one Sunday and went home and was broken myself because I'm sitting here like, I know I need to go to this conference, but I ain't even got the money to spare to go. Financial stress, right? And this is around that same time I had turned down these different opportunities and all this kind of stuff like that. And my wife looked at me and she said, babe, just go. If they turn the lights off, we'll figure it out. Just go. That's how bad it was for us at the time. And I literally got in the car and just went, man. I had enough to register for the conference, get the hotel, do the dollar menu for all my meals, and make it there and back. Right. I think I was staying in one of the cheapest motels I could find. All right. I remember the bed was so uncomfortable. Man, I slept with all my clothes on because I was like, man, look, I'm just here just so I can get through. All right. I went to that conference. Stephen Furtick calls my name, tells my story because I had talked to him in between sessions. And I knew his story. His story was that before they hit it big, the 7 of them piled up in a car, drove to the conference, slept all on the floor in a hotel room. They were so broke, they went to Golden Corral for breakfast or for lunch and stayed through dinner. Right. And I told him, I said, look, man, I'm on the same kind of journey. And he said, man, listen, God is going to do it. He called my name and stood me up in that session. People from all across this conference started walking up to me, putting checks and business cards and money in my hand. I left that conference with $3,000 in my pocket. Like it completely transformed my life. But it never would have happened unless I was willing to have the faith to get outside help. Here's the reality. If we could solve all of our problems ourselves, we would have solved it. And I've come to that same conclusion. Like, listen, you can ask my wife. I spent the first coaching program I joined was $37, right? From a business standpoint, right? So I'm going business now. Then I joined a program that cost me $1,500 and I cried while I paid it because I was like, man, this is a lot. Then the next program I joined cost me $7,500. And the last one that I just did cost me $15,000, right? But here's the reality. I could not solve these problems on my own, so I had to get outside help. And I'm going to show you a really hard thing, but I need you to see it. There are 2 major factors in revitalization. And if you've ever read Simple Church by Thom Rainer, you already know where I'm going with this because this is where some of this research comes from. All right. Is that churches who turn it around, they usually do 1 or 2 things. They either get a new pastor or they get a new approach. And I'm telling you, we don't want to have to depend on option number 1 because the church is in a crisis right now where we don't have enough pastors to go around. Let me take that back. We don't have enough trained pastors to go around. Because I mean, people can give themselves a title these days, but we don't have enough trained and called pastors to go around. And so instead of getting a new pastor, what we need to focus on is how do we just change our approach? Right. And it does my heart well when I see some of the pastors on this call, because some of the pastors on this call I know have brought a new approach. I see people, some of you on this call from the historic Pleasant Green Baptist Church up in Lexington, Kentucky. 200 and Brother Speed, correct me. Is it 263-year-old church? Oldest church on this side of the Allegheny Mountains, right? Started by a free slave years and years ago. But I know their pastor personally. Matter of fact, I was there for his installation in, I think, December. 232 years old. And I've seen that they did both. We had a new pastor, but he brought a new approach. And what God is doing there is amazing. Every time I talk to him, I'm just like, man, like, this is crazy how God is turning this thing around, right? Pastors, the other pastors who are on this call could call so many names who have seen things turn around. But we got to give an approach. All right. So remember, I told you this, the secret to successful church revitalization is understanding what's causing stagnation. So let me show you some examples of some churches who turned it around, and we'll do our Q&A. All right. Here are some real examples. Example number 1 is the Church of the Champions. This happens to be a church that I planted and pastored for many years. And I'm going to be honest. I told y'all I was impatient. So we planted this church, and about, on launch day, We had a plan. So 99 people showed up on launch day, and it was amazing. It was great. And then within about 5 months, we had grown it down to about 30 people. And man, it was tough. And after I went through that winter, that December, where we had to spend that money out of pocket, and I thought we was gonna go bankrupt, I was second guessing whether or not I was called to it. I really, really was. I was second guessing it. And so I went out and I started learning and I started trying different things and I started taking a different approach. And man, whoever would have guessed that within about 3 years, we would add 300 people to that church. It was an amazing God thing, but it came because we took a different approach. I'll tell you another example. Inglewood Baptist Church down in Pensacola, Florida. And we went down. This is actually the first church that ever brought me in as a consultant. As a matter of fact, he heard me speak at a conference, and he said, "Hey man, I want you to come do my anniversary." I was like, "Bro," I was like, "I think you got the wrong person, man. Out of everybody who was on that stage and who was in that room, I ain't the preacher." I said, "I'm a teacher, right? That's what I do, man." He was like, "No, I know exactly what God said. It's you." And so he brought me down, and I went to go and meet with his team, and come to find out, they were at a crux. Here was this pastor. He had a few people from the young millennial generation, and he had a church that had been built on the older generation. Now, this church was in a building that seats 1,500 people, and it had grown down to less than 100 people. Most of those people who were in leadership were all from the former generation. They were older people who were 60 and above. And so what was happening is the young people that had come were trying to partner in the ministry, but the older people who had been there wanted them to do things exactly the way that they had done them. And they were telling them, "Hey, look, this is not going to work. The people we're trying to reach are not going to respond to this. Like, they're not going to come into this." And so there was conflict, and it was pretty bad. It was so bad to the point where the pastor was considering that it wasn't going to work because the church was getting smaller and smaller. And yet the leadership was really struggling to make adjustments, and they wouldn't adjust. And so he brings me in, who was wildly inexperienced at that time. But one of the things I love about being inexperienced, as I still consider myself in some ways inexperienced, is that you tend to really lean on the Holy Spirit and trust what He's giving you. And so I went down, and within about 30 minutes of our Saturday workshop, I could see who the ringleader was. It was one of the deacons. It was one of the deacons. It was Deacon. And so I saw Deke. And so I asked a question to Deke. I said, "Deke, tell me somebody in your life who needs the gospel, who needs Jesus right now." And he said, "Well, it's my grandson." I said, "Why do you say he needs Jesus?" He said, "Well, everybody needs Jesus." I said, "Well, be specific. Why does he specifically need you? Why did he come to mind?" And he sat back. And he said, "Well, he's a good kid, but he started running with the wrong crew." I said, "Okay." I said, "What do you think will happen if he doesn't get Jesus?" And he looked and he said, "So he's probably going to end up dead or in jail." By now he's tearing up, right? So this is the elephant in the room that I'm talking to right now. I said, "Okay." I said, "If your grandson came to this church on Sunday, do you think he would enjoy it? Do you think he would connect with it?" And he said, "No, he wouldn't." I said, "Why not?" He said, "Because it just ain't he don't dress up, and he probably wouldn't, I don't think he would understand." And I said, "Okay." I said, "What if I told you that your pastor was trying to help you build a church that your grandson would love? Would that mean something to you?" And now he's crying. He said, "Yeah, it would." He said, "Yeah, it would." And I see now I'm standing in the way of that. And everything changed. They moved from conflict to synergy. Last time I talked to Pastor Watson, man, they were just absolutely going through the roof to the point where now they're getting ready to buy a piece of property from the city, and the city is getting ready to buy their own facility so that they can expand into multiple campuses. And I'm telling you, it's by walking through some of the things that we're talking about right now. The last one I'll talk about is Epiphany Church Wilmington. Those of you who are in our program, you know about this one. They went from 15 to 85 in 8 months. And they also had a 40% budget increase. Now, there are some other people on this call who I could ask, and they could tell you too about how they've seen their church change and their budget increase by getting help and by getting the help they needed to take the next step. All right. And so you've got to be willing to do the same thing if you want to go forward. All right. So here's a question that I know you're asking. How do I implement this in my church? All right. Well, here's the thing. To this point, we've been doing a program called the Church Systems Boot Camp, and our goal has been to solve these issues and more. And with the Church Systems Boot Camp, we really walk alongside pastors. And I'm gonna go ahead and be honest with you. What we have done in the Church Systems Boot Camp is we're not bringing people into that just yet, right? And the reason we're not bringing new people into the Church Systems Boot Camp is because I want to stay available to work with people in that boot camp. And so right now, some of the very pastors that you see in the chat, I'm keeping myself flexible so I can make sure I give them the attention that they need. So when they hit me up and say, "Hey, can we do a call?" then I can say, "Yeah, let's jump on a call so I can help you walk through this issue." When they hit me up and say, "Can you come and visit?" I want to be able to do it. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to create another way that I could help churches, specifically churches that have less than 100 and even less than 50 people, in a way that helps them out and helps them take a next step. And so that's why I just created the Church Systems Institute. And the Church Systems Institute is a little bit different. All right. So for all of you who are in the boot camp, you have this and more. So you don't even have to worry about this. But for those of you who are looking for some help, all right, here is how we're going to help you with the Church Systems Institute. There are a couple of things that we include in the Institute that make it worthwhile for you. Number one, I told you one of your challenges is you need a unique vision. Well, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a course and a template, a blueprint to help you map through what your vision is and what your vision looks like for the next 1 year. We go away every year. We invite our leaders to join us for a retreat. That retreat typically costs somewhere between $2,000 and $2,500 to attend. And at that retreat, we spend a week in a beach house in Destin, Florida. We all live in the same house together. We go to restaurants. We go ride golf carts and go-karts. We have fun. We eat good food, all of those different things. But the biggest thing we do at that retreat is that we help every pastor build a strategic plan for the next 1 year, for the next 12 months. Well, inside the Institute, I'm going to give you that template and the training blueprint to go along with it. And it's called the Kingdom Advanced. So the second thing, all right, not only will you get the Kingdom Advanced, but I'm also going to give you access to our weekly coaching call. That means that every week you can jump on a coaching call where we're going to be teaching through some specific topic to help you move the needle forward. Right now, we're preparing for the fall launch. For those of you who don't know, the fall launch is almost like a New Year's Day in the middle of the year. It's really hitting the reset button on the church in the middle of the year, where we're helping every church plan that blueprint. We're all helping you plan the series. We're giving you the graphics. We're writing sermons together. We're doing all of that on our coaching call right now. And so as a part of the Church Systems Institute, I'm going to give you the blueprint, and I'm also going to give you access to the weekly coaching call. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a management software. So that means you get the Kingdom Advanced, the weekly coaching call, and the management software. And with that software, you can build your own website, because it is a website platform. You can also email and text people. You can also manage your social media. You can take forms, and you have a database for the people in your church. If you're one of those people who wants to get into marketing and Facebook ads, you can even see reports of how well your ads are performing right there from the software. All right. So that's another thing I'm going to give you as a part of this. Another thing, all right, you're going to get the Kingdom Advanced strategic plan, the weekly coaching call, the management software, and then I'm going to give you the systems training and documents. So for this institute, I'm just going to give you the first 3 modules of our system. I'm going to give you enough to get started. You don't need the whole shebang yet. Our Church Systems Bootcamp members, they have access to volunteer stuff and documents. They have access to giving. They have access to all of these small groups, leadership development, all these different things, but you don't need that just yet. If your church is under 100, you just need the foundational stuff. So I'm just going to give you those foundational things. I'm going to give you systems to plan your worship service, systems for what to do with new people when they show up and how to turn them into disciples and new members. And I'm going to give you simple systems on evangelism, how to reach people and how to get them in the room. And not only am I going to train you via video, right? Because one of the issues we talked about is that you need a plan for training leaders. Well, here's how I'm going to help you do that. I'm going to give you a library that you can point your leaders to, that so that I can train them for you. I'm going to give them the documents and the videos to make it really, really simple and easy. So all they've got to do is take the next step. All right. That's not all. One more thing I'm going to do. I'm going to give you just to sweeten the spot. I'm going to give you the strategic guide, the weekly coaching call, the management software, the training and the documents, and I'm going to give you a digital discipleship course. I'm going to give you a course that you can use to bring people in. It's already built. It's very plainly branded, but you can take it and you can give it, and people can join your church and become members, even down to being ready to come back to you for graduation with their certificate. It's going to be set up and it's going to be automated, so it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I'm going to give that to you as a part of this. So you've got the strategic guide, the weekly coaching call, the management software, the systems training, and the discipleship course. That's going to come out to a total value of about $13,000. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that's not what we charge for our program, nor is it what I'm going to charge you. But I do have a question I want you to answer for me. All right. If I told you that I could guarantee that it would add 50 new people to your church, would it be worth $13,000 to add 50 new people to your church? All right. If you knew you're going to get 50 people, they were going to be committed disciples who are part of your vision going forward over the next 1 year, would it be worth it? Somebody tell me in the chat, would it be worth it? If you knew that you could trade just literally $13,000 for 50 people, would it be worth it? All right. I see somebody say yes, 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 it would be worth it. It would be worth it to have new volunteers, new members, new believers, all of that. All right, it would be worth it. So let's dial down just a little bit more. What if we cut that in half and we said, you know what, it's only $6,000, but I'm going to guarantee that you're going to see 50 people, 50 new people over the next 1 year are going to come into your church, be a part of your church. We're going to show you how to do it. So this is volunteers, this is leaders, this is ministry. Would it be worth it? Would it be worth it for everything to not fall on your shoulders, for you to not have to do it yourself? If you could do that, and you knew that, you know what, now I can go on vacation, or now I can take a break, or now I don't have to do everything, or now I can focus on preaching and praying, would it be worth it? All right, Eric says yes, it would still be worth it. All right, let's go down some more. What if it was 3? Like, would it be worth it? Would it be worth it to say, man, look, over the next 1 year, here's how different our church is going to be, simply because we connected with this Church Systems Institute and took a really, really easy and simple opportunity to take the next step forward. Would it still be worth it? Yes, obviously it would still be worth it. Well, here's the beauty of it. We built this for churches that are 50 and below. We built it just for you. We built it with you in mind. And so for those of you who are here today, I'm going to offer you the Church Systems Bootcamp for just $197 a month. That's it. $197 a month, less than $50 a week. You can be a part of the Church Systems Institute. And I will tell you, if you join the Church Systems Institute, in the future, you will be eligible to upgrade to the Church Systems Bootcamp, but the Church Systems Bootcamp has now become an exclusive, but you would be eligible to join in the future, and you get access to some other things that you won't necessarily have today. But if you want to take that next step, it's literally as simple as joining the Church Systems Institute for just $197 a month. And for those of you who want to do it, I just put it right there in the chat. Look at that. Pastor Samuel, who is a part of our boot camp, can tell you, like, this is a crazy value, because you're going to get more value than that in the first call where we get on. Literally, the moment you sign up, you're going to get a text message that's going to say, hey, look, let's schedule an onboarding call. And that onboarding call is a 1-hour call with me. So you and I are going to be talking one-on-one. You can bring your leaders if you want. And I can tell you right now, just in that one call, you're going to get way more value than what it's going to cost you. So if that's you and you want to be a part of it, that's my opportunity to you. All right, real quick, if you're on the call and you say, look, I want to do this, I want to be a part of this, somebody just drop me a yes in the comments. Just drop a yes in the chat, and then we're about to go into our Q&A so I can start answering some questions. But I want to know so I can send this to you, I can email it to you, I can text it to you, I can make sure that I get you locked in and make sure that you're ready to take the next step so that you can be a part of it. All right. I see a couple of yeses who want to be a part. If that's you, drop yes in the comments and we'll make sure that we start getting you plugged in and plugged up. Because I'm telling you, this I think will be an absolute game changer for you. All right. So if you can see my comment up there, all you've got to do is just go up there, look at that comment, copy that link right there, click it, and it'll take you straight to the page where you can plug in and where you can share. All right. So now let's jump into some Q&A. All right. So I'm going to put myself on screen now. If you have a question, drop it in the chat. If there's something specific that you want to dive down, this is the time that's for you now. Right. So this is all for you. So now you got me here as your personal consultant for the next few minutes. If you have a question, drop it right now in the chat, and I'll answer that question for you. Let me get a little bit more light in here. I'm a little chocolate fellow. There we go. All right. So listen, if you have a question, drop it. I see you, Pastor McDaniel, McCall, Bishop Williams, Pastor Staples, Pastor Lynch, Millender, and Smith. Listen, I'm super excited about seeing what God will do in your ministries as you commit to jumping in and being a part of the program. So somebody, if you would, try and click that link. Let me know that it works for you. If it doesn't, let me know. And if you can't copy and paste it, or if you can't click it, just let me know real quick, and I will make sure that we text it to you. We'll text it directly to you as soon as we're done with this, so that you'll have it. All right. If you have a question about something we've talked about, go ahead and let me know right now. As a matter of fact, let me pull this back on screen. Really, I want to go back to one of the earlier slides that we were walking down through. And here's where I want to go. We talked about the secret to successful growth being understanding what's causing your stagnation. And we looked at 5 different options. Look at those 5 options, all these different things. If you have a question about one of these 5 things, let me know and we can jump in and we can talk about it and we can dive down into it. All right. So look at this. Here's one of the questions that I got. All right, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. I'm going through because they keep moving every time somebody says something. They go on down the list. All right. All right. Okay, I'm trying to get back to it. All right. All right, let's go. Pastor McCall, he says, what can I do with this systems when I have some individuals who are the problem in keeping the church from growing? Man, that is a good question. That's how you start this thing off with a bang. All right. So a couple of things I would say to that, Pastor McCall, and I know you and I have talked a couple of times before, and so I know a little bit about what God is doing. I think you're out close to Las Vegas, if I remember correctly, doing it. Matter of fact, fun fact, I will be out your way coming up next month, visiting with one of our churches out in Nevada. But here's one of the things that I would say, Pastor McCall. I think there's a couple of things that's got to happen. Number one, I think the first thing that I think you have to be clear about is what is the organizational structure in the church? Because it's one thing for people to be complaining. It's another thing for them to be complaining and have the authority to stop you from moving forward. All right. And so you need to understand which camp they're in. If these are, I'm going to assume these are leaders who have some authority and some power who are standing in the way. Then the thing I would ask you is what kinds of things are they standing in the way of? Right? Are they standing in the way of the things that you want to change? Or are they standing in the way of some things that you want to do differently? Are they standing in the way of some stuff you want to do with the budget? All of those different things I think are important to answer. And I'll share with you something that a mentor of mine shared with me years ago. He said, sometimes when you're trying to transition a culture, he says you have to build a new congregation alongside the old congregation. And he said, here's what you got to do. He says, if you've got less than 50 people, because at the time I was leading a church that was less than 50 people. He said, man, look, you and Latoya, go out there and find 50 new people that you start doing life and ministry with. He says, and eventually, if you bring them in, he says they will outnumber the old crew that's holding things back or just standing in the way. He says, and then you go do what God has called you to do. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. Is that sometimes, and that can be hard. That can be hard. I literally just lived through that. I literally just walked through that. So I know it's a challenge, but please hear what I'm saying. Is that people can get in the way of a lot of things, but they can't get in the way of your personal evangelism. They can't get in the way of the things that you can control. Sometimes what they get in the way of are the things that we're trying to do and the things that we're trying to get their help with doing rather. But when really sometimes the answer is there might be a season where you've got to go for it and you've got to go forth with clarity around what God has called you to do and trust that God will come alongside you as you walk. So that means there might be a season where you personally take responsibility for inviting 50 to 100 people to church every Sunday for the next 6 months, and you take personal responsibility for it. You maybe along the way find one or two people who will help you do it, and you just personally do it. Man, that's one of the things we're talking about in our relaunch plan, our fall launch plan, is that we're building blitz days where we're coaching teams through how to go out and intentionally invite people to church so that we can hit our goals. We're trying to make sure this fall launch that as many of our churches as possible can see 50 guests show up on service, and sometimes that's a part of it. So thank you for answering that, Pastor. Sometimes you got to step out there and you got to plug into it. Okay. Pastor Staples said, you want to talk about leadership development when leaders are not consistent or committed to showing up for training. I think that's a huge irony. But I'm going to just say this as raw and as honest as I can. If they are not committed to showing up and being present, then one or two things is true. Either one, what it means to be a leader has not been clearly defined enough for them, or number two, they're not living up to the standard and they're no longer leaders. And that's tough. But I'm telling you, one of the greatest gifts you can have is when you get to that place where stuff is so challenging and stuff is so hard that you realize that compromising to struggle isn't worth it. Because again, if we have a church under 50 and I'm personally struggling because my leaders won't commit and they won't take next steps and all of those kind of things like that, then and we're seeing that go in the opposite direction, then maybe they aren't the leaders to help us get there. And just maybe the Lord is waiting for me to recognize that before he sends the harvest that's going to be coming. And so I would say one or two things, Pastor. Either redefine what it means to be a leader. When you have clear definitions for leaders, for what a leader is, people will either qualify or disqualify themselves. It's not on you. It's on the qualifications. The Bible gives us the qualifications. This is what it means to be a leader. The moment you stop doing those things, you're no longer in leadership, right? Or you're on the process of being disqualified for leadership, right? And that's not being harsh or hard. It's simply saying the standard is a standard. The standard is a standard. When we lower the standard, people get hurt. And sometimes the people who get hurt is us. And so I would do that. And then the second thing is, if the people are showing you that they're no longer leaders, as hard as it might be, go ahead and release them so you can make space for the people that God will send. Right. So that's one of the things I would say, Pastor. I hope that is helpful. If that helps. Okay. Bishop Williams says, if financial stress is our biggest problem and it's because the pastor is the only person who has any source of income, how do you find a way? I'm guessing you're asking, how do you find more resources if you're the only thing? All right, great question. One of the things that I learned that helped me a long time ago is that you think of ministry almost like a triangle, right? And I promise you, I'm not Illuminati. I'm not throwing up some gang sign. Just think about look, I just know how people do. All right. So just think about a triangle, right? At the 3 points of that triangle are three different things. You've got people, you've got time, and you've got money. Whenever you're missing one of those things, you need to run to the other two. All right. So for you, for example, if finance is an issue, we don't have money, So that means you need to put extra effort into, you got to put extra time and people into helping you increase the resources. And so what that'll look like, because that's where we were in that first real example I showed you when we were church planners, we didn't have money, but we had time and people. And so one of the things that that meant for us is that I took the people that I did have, or I took the people that I could reach and I could find, and I poured as much time as I could into them. Like literally at the time we were reaching a lot of college students. We had, you know, 15 people in our living room every night for dinner for like a year and a half. Like literally, one of the reasons that my two older daughters are so socially, you know, normalized is because they were raised as little kids with college students all night. Like we would stay up and play Uno and grill and do Bible study with them like all the time. And eventually blossom into amazing leaders. They went help me go and reach other people. I'm gonna just be honest with you. One of the things I think that's true about church growth that we need to get comfortable with, sometimes having enough people in the room will help you break through some of the issues that you wouldn't otherwise break through. That even if you get 50 people in the room who don't have no money, the fact that you can share and that other people can see that 50 people trusted you enough to come in the room will bring other people into the room. And so if finance is the issue, then you want to lean on time and people to try and reach others, which means, again, you might have to be the chief inviter. You're the chief evangelism officer of the church, right? You need to be the one who is setting aside time every week to go out and invite people to church, right? That you take, and I think you were one of the ones who said yes to the program. When you get in the program and you go into the evangelism module, you're going to see, I'm going to give you a template for an invite card. You need to go and print that invite card, and every single week, every single weekend, you go shopping anyway. Go to Target, walk around, and give one of those invites to every person you pass by. Go to Walmart, give it to every person you pass by. Go to Publix, go to the mall, every person you pass by, just say, hey, I would just love to invite you to this. And you just keep walking. If they want to talk, great. If they don't, whatever. I promise you, if you do that consistently for about 60 days, I guarantee you it'll completely start to add people to your church. It'll start to change it, all right? Because there are people out there who want the church. It's just hard because we don't know who they are before they say yes. I think that's one of the things we miss, and I'm going to the next question about the parable of the talents, is that the truth of the matter is you don't always know the full quality of the soil until it's harvest time. And so you just got to sow the seed, right? And sometimes that seed is as simply as giving an invite card and 9 people saying no, thank you. But then the 10th one saying, yes, I'll take it. And them showing up on church on Sunday, and everything is different. All right. Dr. Flower says, does this program offer help with media? Great question. Yes, it does, in 2 ways. One, we have a module that's going to walk you through how to set up your online campus, right? And that means we'll show you some of the things, some of the basic things that you will need in order to do live streaming and stuff like that. But the bigger thing that it does is that we will show you, we will give you a social media posting schedule. So we'll show you, if you're trying to get started with social media, what should you be posting and when should you be posting it? And so we will give you those exact things. And then at some places, depending on what it is, we will also give you some templates to help you do that. And within the software, you'll actually have the ability to schedule posts to go out to all of your pages, where you can make all of your posts at once, schedule them on what days and times to go out, and they'll go out automatically. So we do help you in that way. And then, of course, don't forget on our weekly coaching call, we talk about different things. So we had Angela Marks come out and do a call on children's ministry. A couple of weeks ago, I did a session on redoing the bylaws of the church. We talk about different things. And so if there's ever an issue that people within the program are facing, then yes, we will bring in somebody to help you solve that issue and to help you work through it. So great question. All right. So y'all done started coming fast. So let me get on down in here. All right. All right. So Pastor Lynch, he says, what do you do with that person who appears to go out of their way to intentionally keep potential new members from joining the church in order to try and maintain their power and authority? Lord Jesus. If I could share my testimony, This is a tough one, Pastor Lynch. And so I'm going to tell you a couple of things. Number one, I'm going to give you what you already know. You got to fast and pray. You have got to fast and pray, because this is one of the ways that the enemy attacks the church. But I also understand that when God is trying to do something, he still will rise up to protect his bride, because it's his bride before it's even ours. So that's the first thing I would do. I would fast and pray. The second thing I would do is I would do my best to try to understand why. Like, because you said the person, they want to maintain their power and authority. Like, like I would be interested to know what specifically is their power and authority. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean that they're in charge of the finances? Does it mean that they want to keep it as a family church? Does it mean that they want to be, over the choir or whatever? What does that mean when for them to try and keep their power and authority? And then whatever that is, is again, I would address that thing head on. Are there other people who recognize what they're doing? And do you have other people around you who are willing to stand up to it with you? That's the other thing, is that, if I could do things differently as a pastor, one of the things that I would do is I would start to see everything that God shows me through the lens of how it brings value and victory to the other people who are being affected, and I would bring it to their attention more often. So, for example, if this person, let's just say hypothetically, they were over discipleship, and when people come in, they trying to push people away, is I would grab the people in our congregation who have family members who need to come to faith, and they really want to see them get to faith. And I would say to them, hey, look, I want you to do me a favor. This next discipleship class, as new people come through it, I want you to go through it too. I want you to go through that next class. And when you go through that next class, I want you to just give me your feedback and let them go in and see what's happening. Another thing I would do, and I did a Facebook video about this just, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. One of the things that I would do is I would make sure that every new person who comes to that church connects with me before they connect with anybody else. Meaning that their first point of contact is, they visited today, is, hey, can I take you to coffee this week? Can I take you to lunch this week? Hey, look, y'all want to go grab something to eat at the church? Like, that would be my first point of contact. All right. I did that. Me and my wife did that for the longest, is that if somebody came to visit this Sunday, I would say, hey, look, if y'all come back next Sunday, we want to take y'all to dinner at the church. And most of them would be like, yeah, that'd be great. And they come back next Sunday and we take them to dinner at the church. Right. And so I would make sure that you connect with them first, so that you have an opportunity to set the foundation with them and to walk with them along the process, and then build a rapport so that when something like that happens, they'll be willing to come back and tell you how to do it. So that's what I would do, Pastor. I would do that. Hope that's helpful. All right. And that's a tough one. Man, that's really, really tough. All right. How can I, as assistant pastor, implement simple systems in our church? Very easy. Very easy. I believe if you talk to your pastor, your senior pastor, and you let them know exactly what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it, that you're trying to serve the church in this way and so forth and so on. I don't know many pastors who would fight you on it. Because pastors are wrestling and they know the same things that we talked about today. And as a matter of fact, I think these systems work best when people outside of the senior pastor get involved. I think it works best when the senior pastor can be plugged in doing what they have to do, but when they have a coalition of other people who would also come along to help do these different things, I think that's when the program is at its best. Because again, we cover worship planning for the Institute. You're going to cover worship planning, you're going to cover assimilation or discipleship, and you're going to cover evangelism. The pastor doesn't need to do all those things himself. And so if you tell him that, hey, look, I want to go help us in this way with the end game of helping us trying to add 50 new people to the church, I don't know many leaders who would fight you on that. So I would just be honest about what you're trying to do and take the next step. I will tell you this, Pastor McDaniel, if I had an assistant pastor who came across something like this, one of the things that would mean a lot to me is if they said, hey, look, I want to try this thing. I want to try this program that I think could really, really help us. I want your blessing. But here's one of the things that I would do is I would say, look, it's only $197 a month. I'm going to take care of the first 30 days just so I can know exactly what it looks like. And I can start bringing some small wins. And then maybe next month, the time is right, the church can pick it up and we can go from there. Like if I had somebody who came to me with that, man, I'd be all over it. I got excited when somebody came to me with a children's curriculum and said, hey, look, I found one I like. I already bought it. We're going to go ahead and do it, man. Look, Man, I was so excited. It changed everything. So I would do the same thing, Pastor. I think if you do it that way, I think it'll make a huge difference, and it'll really help people take a next step. All right. So, so great question. Thank you for asking it. All right. Another quick look. There go Pastor saying it right there. Look, take the burden. Take the burden. That's it right there. All right. Okay. Here's the last question. I see another question from Pastor McCall. How do I implement this system with a leadership team who is stuck on the past success? Do I bypass them and seek out volunteers from the members? All right. I will share with you my experience. All right. My experience. One of the things that I would do is whenever I'm trying to change a culture, right? Because here's a rule of thumb. If you ever want to, strengthen a culture, raise up leaders from within. If you ever want to change a culture, bring in leaders from without. All right. That's just a general rule of thumb. All right. People from the outside come in with a different mindset to help move it forward. People from the inside are generally, uh, you know, they like to stay stuck in where they are. So here's what I would think about. I would look for the places within the vision where you can have impact in areas where the church has not been active. All right. So, for example, when I took over the church that I was leading and I came in, they didn't have a new members process at all. Right. They hadn't had a membership process for years. And when they did have one Sunday a month, the pastor would bring out a list and say, if you want your name on the membership roll, come and sign. And people would sign, and that was it. And they just kept the list, and that was it. And so what I did, instead of coming in and saying, hey, I want to take this list and I want to tear up this list and I want to do that, I didn't even talk about the list because they hadn't been doing it anyway. So I didn't even approach it. Instead of trying to improve an old thing, I tried to introduce a new thing. And so I said, instead, I'm going to create a team that's going to help people take next steps in their faith. Right. And so I took something I knew they wouldn't fight against, that I knew would be really hard for them to be against. And I went and recruited somebody new. And they were new, not a new believer, but new to the leadership team. I recruited them to come in and to lead that ministry. I said, hey, would you lead this ministry? Here's what we're trying to do, blah, 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 so on and so on. That ministry became one of the most successful ministries in our church, hands down, right? It crushed it. It was killing it. It did an amazing thing. And so it came in and it helped them go there. So I would consider the same thing, Pastor McCall, is to say, okay, if they're stuck on past success, okay, cool, that's where they are. But if you have a plan and you're using the stuff that we give you, you bring in somebody else and say to them, hey, look, I just need you to execute this. And as they execute it, you allow them and their success to really speak for itself. I think that's the fastest way to get where you need to go. That's what I would do. I would bring in somebody new, somebody in the congregation, new with a different mindset. And I say new because they haven't been in the old mindset. And I would allow them to help us lead that thing forward. That'd be my thought. All right. Pastor Bishop Williams said, I need an assistant pastor who would like to introduce new systems to enhance the church. Here's what I would say. It depends on the size of your church, Bishop Williams. If your church is 50 people or less, I wouldn't press for an assistant pastor just yet. Quite honestly, I wouldn't press for it until I got to about 125. I'm not saying don't get help. I'm not saying if God sends you somebody, don't train or don't raise them up. What I'm saying is that most great leaders can handle about 120 people themselves before they have to go out and start recruiting staff and things of that nature. So here's what I would say, Bishop, is that if Bishop Williams, if you would start implementing the things that you see, you can allow the new congregation that you're building to get your scent, to get your heart. That's one of the things that I am grateful for, is that when I was a church planter, until we got to about 125, even when we got past 125, because they had to really pull me out of it. You know, we were at like 250 people and I was still in the thick of everything. But it's because I knew that I only had one shot to set the foundation with the crew that we were reaching and where we were headed. And I had an apostolic mentality already, even though I didn't know what it meant. And so what I did is just really kind of keep on pushing it. And so what I would say to you, Bishop Williams, is to take what we give you along with the few leaders that you have right now and start implementing it, and allow your assistant to rise up out of the culture that you're going to build, right? Because when you start getting people who are the fruit of your evangelistic ministry, who are the fruit of what God is doing through you, they're going to come in with a different mindset, right? And if you've all been a part of a traditional church, you know this, right? And so I'm telling you, bring them on in because I think it will make a huge difference. So that's what I would do. Pastor Russell, I think Bishop Witt would come in and assist a pastor that wants to introduce us to the pastor. Absolutely. That would be huge. That would be huge to have somebody like that with that mindset. Makes a huge difference. Pastor McCall says we went from 62 to 28, and I know they were hit really hard by COVID because we had spoken and we need help. And here's the reality. And I'm going to close our call with this because we've been on a little bit longer than I expected, but I hope it's been worth your time. One of the things I'll say is this, is that you really only got two choices, Pastor. Leaders, you only have two choices. One choice is that you can just keep doing what you're doing. You could just keep on coaching through this thing, hoping things will change and transform. The other option is you can take action and try something. Try something. And I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like. I'm telling you, I know what it feels like to be in that spot where you feel almost hopeless. I told y'all, man, and I know I'm impatient, but I told you I got to that point where I was like, man, look, I don't know if I could do this. But I had to try something different. I wasn't going to die in what I was in. And I'm telling you, Pastor, you cannot die in what you're in. Try something different. Do something different. Do something that breaks the mold of what you've been doing and what you've always done. You might be pleasantly surprised to discover that your solution is in something you have not considered yet. Pastor Rush has been coming. I had we talked for a good while, maybe a couple of days ago. And one of the things that he talked about, which was a bit shocking to me, we were talking about the program. He said, well, one of the best things to me has just been the conversations we have stretches my thinking, and challenges my thinking in such a way that I just see stuff differently and see my situation differently. And I'm thinking, he's going to say, well, man, this one thing or that one thing. But he said, no, it is the fact that having somebody else to wrestle through this stuff with is one of the things that made the biggest difference for me. And pastors, I'm telling you, that's one of the things that you need. Don't be isolated. We're bringing you into a community. When you get on that coaching call every week, there are other pastors, some who have been where you are. As a matter of fact, I'm in talks right now with some of our church systems boot camp pastors to serve as mentors who will literally walk alongside you down the road as we go forward. All right. So take that next step. All right. If you haven't already, you can click the link getchurchsystems.com/CSB-course. And you can come into the Institute to be a part of what God is doing so that we can help you take the next step. Listen, man, this has been so much fun. I appreciate you guys joining me. I love this platform, man. Did this platform work well for y'all? Let me know. I know some of y'all in the call, y'all are used to us using Zoom and stuff like that. But did this platform work well for y'all? I enjoyed it because it was really easy to engage with everybody in real time because the comments show up differently. So I could just throw everybody's comments on the screen. So that felt really cool. And so I've been thinking about using StreamYard more often. It's who I started with. And I've been thinking about coming back to it. So I've really been thinking about using this more, even for our coaching calls, because for those of you who want to come on screen, I literally can still just send you a link and say, hey, jump on real quick. Here you go, whatever it is. And you can come on screen with me still the same. But it's not as distracting if people's, not muted and all that kind of stuff like that. So I'm glad y'all were blessed. All right. Well, for all of you who said you were interested and you want to be a part, hey, look, go ahead and click that link. I've got some other things that I'm going to gift you as a bonus for joining today. I'm going to gift you with some other stuff that's really, really going to help you out. And I'm going to help you most of all on that coaching call. I'm going to jump on that coaching call and help you do it. All right. Listen, it is my prayer that you would see a Nehemiah transformation in your church as you begin to embrace the adjustments that lead towards flourishing. I'm praying for you that what others couldn't do in 60 years, you're going to do in 52 days. I'm praying that for you right now. What others couldn't do in 70 years, in 52 days, you're going to get it done because God is going to breathe on what you're doing. All right. Listen, love you. In just a moment, I'm going to text you all the link. All of you are probably going to get it so I can get it out quicker. I'll just send it to everybody who registered. But once you get that link, you click it, you sign up, and I will be ready to get started with you as soon as this coming week. All right. God bless. Love you. Hope you are blessed. And I'll look forward to seeing you soon. Until next time, keep the gears turning. God bless. Hey, 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 what's up, family? And welcome to yet another episode of the Church Systems Podcast. Man, listen, I hope y'all are having as much fun with this as I am. Your feedback has been encouraging. Like, it's been awesome to hear and to really just get to see that, man, what we're sharing is really making a difference. For those of you I don't know, my name is Henry. I'm the owner and founder of Simple Systems Consulting, and we exist to help leaders grow the church without burning out and without compromising. So listen, in today's episode, we've got something really good for you. We started talking about the ripple effect in our last episode. We're talking about how leadership really makes a difference and how the effects of leadership really spans really throughout the organization. And today we're going to continue in that, but we're going to be talking about growth by design. That's right, growth by design. And in this idea of growth by design, really what we're going to be diving into is we're going to be diving into the value and the beauty of strategic leadership. We're going to talk about having a strategic path to walk on and to go down when it comes to leadership. You know, so often, so many leaders are hoping for growth. They're hoping for improvement. And while hope is something that we must maintain, hope itself is not a strategy. Right? Hope is not a strategy. We've got to do more than just hope that things go in the right direction. We've got to have a plan to get there. And I want to show you that faith and strategy are not in competition with each other. As a matter of fact, they work together. I believe that some of the best examples of faith that we could ever find came with a strategy. It came with a plan, a goal for how we were going to move from where we are to where we're headed. And that's what we're going to dive in today. We're going to dive into the strategic path to growth. All right. And so as we're going to dive into that, I want to share something with you that I think is important for you to know because it's very near and dear to my heart. And that is this: we're on a journey to 10,000. That's right. 10,000 disciples. That's our goal as a company. We want to make 10,000 disciples. We want to be a part of making 10,000 disciples in the next 5 years. That means we are looking for 100 churches who want to partner with us to make 100 disciples. And I hope that you want to be one of those churches, that you want to start the journey now, saying, hey, starting with this episode, starting with this training, let's go on a journey to make 100 disciples. Here's why we want to do that. Because 10 attendees could be a big difference for you. 100 attendees could be a big difference. Maybe even 100 volunteers. Think about how transformative that is. And if 100 volunteers or 100 attendees could change your church, imagine the difference you can make with 100 disciples. Jesus didn't just have 12 ministers. He didn't just have 12 volunteers. He had 12 disciples. And with 12 disciples, he turned the world upside down. And I want you to imagine what you could do if you had 100 people really becoming disciples. And that's what we're about. We're about helping people really move towards discipleship, not just church membership, not just church attendance, not just volunteering, not just serving, not just giving, but disciples that's doing all of those things and more. And that's what we really want to help you do. That's really where our heart sits. That's really something that's super, super important to us. That's really something that has an extremely, extremely, extremely high value to us. And that's what we want to help you do. All right. So let's jump into this episode and let's really get to it, right? Because really what I want to do today is I want to help you understand intentional and strategic growth, right? I want you to understand not just the idea that we want to grow, but needing a plan to get there. And I'm going to show you some components of exactly how to do it. That's what we do. We don't just want to talk about it. I want to give you some tools so you can go back, sit down, watch this episode with your team, listen to this episode with your team, send it to your leaders and say, hey, here's our discussion for this week. Let's walk into it. All right. So let's talk about this. Number one, Let's talk about understanding how intentional and strategic planning is crucial for ministry growth. I say this all the time, but I will say it again and I will keep on saying it until I cannot say it anymore. Inconsistent sowing leads to inconsistent harvest. When you don't have a consistent plan for what you put in, then what you put out will also be inconsistent to match what you did, what you give. All right. So let's say you invite a person to church once every 3 months, right? And maybe you don't even have that kind of rhythm. You invite somebody, today, and then you invite the next person in 3 months, and then the next person maybe in 2 more months. Don't be surprised if you have inconsistent guests, right? Your outcomes will match your input. And so, what you need to learn to do, because some outcomes you can't control, you can't force people to take an action, you can't force people to do things, but you can control your action. And so, what you need to understand is how to be intentional. You need to be intentional, which means that you need to understand that there are a lot of things that are up to God, but there are some things that are up to you. And those things that are up to you, you need to decide that I'm going to intentionally take these actions. I'm going to intentionally go down this road. I'm going to intentionally move in this direction because I believe it will make a difference. And this is how we will move forward. And so you've got to be intentional. But then, even within being intentional, you've got to learn to be strategic, right? Because you can be intentional and random, right? You can be intentional, but doing random things. For example, you can be intentional about saying, hey, our leadership team is going to meet together once a month or once a week. That's intentional. But you could also be random by saying, when we get together, there's no agenda for what we're talking about. There's no plan for where we're going. There's no development portion where I'm training and teaching our leaders something that they may not have known. There's none of that existing. So being in that scenario, being intentional is saying we're going to meet every week. But being strategic is saying, here is our template agenda that we will follow every single week to make sure that we're not wasting our time. Because being random and being unintentional and being non-strategic is one of the quickest ways to get people to check out. It's one of the quickest ways for people to start feeling like you're wasting their time, you're wasting their energy, and they will start to put less value on the meetings you call, on the things that you do, if there's not a strategic component. And so what you really need to grab is this idea that being strategic in ministry is not an option. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're in ministry, if you're a pastor, wherever you are, not being strategic, it isn't an option. That's a double negative. But you don't have that option. You have to be strategic in what you're called to do. All right. So let's talk about this. 3 things. All right. A couple things. Number 1, let's talk about the importance of strategic growth. The importance of strategic growth. Strategic growth is essential for ministries. Because if you don't have strategic growth, what you might have is sporadic growth, random or sporadic growth that is not intentional. It is not consistent. It is not moving in the right direction. It is growth that is really not based and built around a real plan to move things forward. And so what you need to start seeing the growth that you're praying for as strategic, in that you've got to pray like it depends on God, but you've got to plan and strategize like it depends on you. You've got to trust God to do his part, but then you've got to be committed to doing your part. You've got to know that God's will win out, right? That what he wants is going to come to pass. But you've also got to know that you have actions connected to what God wants to see happen. So many times in scripture, we see this, if you, then I, right? Where God says, if you do this, then I will do this. I believe one of the values of being strategic when it comes to the church and it comes to ministry is that our strategy and our strategic nature can then reach back and say to God, we're prepared. We're prepared for the people that we're praying for you to send. We're prepared to not let them fall through the cracks. We're prepared to take them beyond attending a church and to take them into being a part of a church. We're prepared to go beyond allowing them just to be attendees, and we're prepared to help turn them into disciples. We've got to understand that we're on a partnership, and a part of this partnership is us deciding that we're going to be strategic and intentional. Here's the other thing is that if you're going to understand what it really means to see strategic growth, then that means you've got to choose to be proactive and not just reactive. See, when you're reactive, what you're doing is you're responding to what's happening around you. I like to call these kind of ministry leaders firemen, because they're constantly putting out fires, because all of their activity is based on a response, right? When you think about firemen, firemen in general respond to emergencies. That's what they do, right? And they have a very valuable contribution to our culture, to our society. We need them. But as a spiritual leader, as an entrepreneur, as a leader in the kingdom of God, if you spend all of your time putting out fires, then you don't have time to build. Juxtapose a fireman to a builder, to an architect, right? If you're a fireman, you've got to go from one emergency to another. But if you're an architect, you get to sit down and intentionally craft what the future is going to look like. And that's what I'm challenging you to think about, is that you've got to move from being reactive to being proactive. If you're reactive, the enemy can stall your progress by simply throwing problems in front of you, because you will stop and you will stall at every turn to address the issues around you, instead of staying focused and having a proactive plan, a strategic plan to move forward and where you want to go. And that's what you've got to really begin to grab a hold of. You've got to decide that you're going to be a proactive leader who says, I am going to plan the action. I am going to plan the future before it creeps up on me. You've got to become the kind of leader who decides to move in that direction even before it becomes this thing that is normal to you and your culture, right? But you've got to decide that you're going to grab and you're going to hold on to the importance of strategic growth. Strategic growth will not become a thing in your church. It will not become a thing in your life. It will not become a thing in your business until you decide that this is important to us. You must decide that it has value. You must decide that it is worth committing to. You must decide that, because until you decide it, it's going to be a secondary issue. So you got to understand that. All right. The second thing I want you to know is you need to understand, if you're hearing me and you're like, man, this is great. I want to become more strategic. I've been more random. I just go with the flow. I show up, whatever the Lord give me to preach this morning is what I'm going to preach. Whatever the choir sing is what they're going to sing. Whoever shows up, this is going to show up, but I want to change because I see that that's not working. Well, I want to show you now some of the key components of a strategic growth plan, right? If you're setting out and saying, I want to be a strategic thinker, I want to be a strategic leader, then I am about to give you some of the components that you need to think through in order to get there. All right. Component number one is you need a crystal clear mission. Crystal clear mission. Your mission statement is more than just a statement that you put on the programs, that you put on your website, that you put on the wall. It really is the guiding star and the filter for who you are as an organization. When you have a clear mission statement, what you're saying to the world is, here is what makes us different from every other organization, right? Sometimes we think about this, and I use this analogy a lot. I say, what makes you different from the church down the street? But I want to change that. Because in general, churches, all of our mission statements really derive, I believe, from the Great Commission, right? So we've got some component of that. But here's what I want you to think about. In this day and age, especially in a post-Christian America, one of the things you need to be thinking about is not what makes you different, or not how do you explain what makes you different from the church down the street. You need to describe what makes you different from the organizations and the businesses down the street. What makes you different from the other things that are vying for people's love, attention, and focus? You've got to be able to lay that out. What makes you different from even a positive nonprofit organization? What makes your church different from the United Way? What makes your church different from the Red Cross? What makes your church different from the Boys and Girls Club? What makes your church different from the YMCA? You've got to be able to explain to people why it is worth their effort and their time to be a part of the church. Because I don't know if you know this or not, But people don't owe us church attendance, and they don't owe us church participation. And so you've got to think about how you will describe what makes you different. You've got to be able to say, this is one of the things that sets us apart. You know, another thing that's so important about a clear mission is that a clear mission is a filter. It's a filter. It will tell you the kind of things that you don't do. If you decide that your mission is about, hey, we're called to make disciples and to grow people into, healthy Christ followers, whatever your mission is, then, when somebody comes to you, while your church is smaller than 50 people and says, hey, we should start a coffee shop, then you filter that idea through the mission, right? If we have a building and we have somebody who knows how to do this and we want to make disciples, we look at that and we ask ourselves, man, does this idea work alongside with us, achieving our mission? You filter everything through the mission. Here is why. Because so many people, and I believe even the enemy, will bring you so many good ideas in order to block you from your God idea. And you need to have a filter that helps you decide when you're on track and when you're off track. And a mission statement is one of those filters. The another thing that you need, this is another component of your strategic plan, is you need a clear vision, right? My mission says, here is ultimately what we're trying to accomplish. And in large part, your mission is never complete. It's a continual idea. It's something that no matter how successful we are, we never reach the end of it, right? That's a mission. That is what we're called to do. But a vision is, here is what the future will look like when we get there. Here's the future we're working towards. A vision evolves. You can write a vision. There was a time when people used to write a 20-year vision. I don't think you can do that today. I think time is moving too fast to plan that far in advance. But I think you can do a 3 to 5 year vision and have some semblance of what it will look like. And you may get there faster. You may, accomplish it, quicker or whatever. But a vision says, when we get to where we're going, when we're doing what we're called to do, ultimately, here are all the things that we will see, right? That's a vision. You need to be able to clearly articulate where you're headed. If you want the team around you to really be able to partner with you in a significant way, then you've got to be able to describe to them, here's where we're going. Here's the future that's worth working for, right? We went to DC for spring break here recently. I had a chance to go to the MLK Memorial. I went to the Lincoln Memorial, and I went to all these different historic places in DC. And man, when I tell you, it gave me chills standing at the Lincoln Memorial reading the Gettysburg Address, standing there and reading his inaugural speech, and just reading. And I got goosebumps standing there reading it because he casted a vision. Dr. King, I'm standing there and I'm reading his quotes and I'm looking at all the things that he did. He casted with his I Have a Dream speech right there on the National Mall. I'm standing there watching. I'm standing there looking at the reflecting pool, and I'm looking and I'm going like, man, this is where he made that statement. This is where he told us about his dream, right? And I even read the story. It said that Dr. King did not even plan. That was not even a part of his speech to talk about I Have a Dream. So it's ironic that it's called the I Have a Dream speech, because as the story goes, the people around him were saying, tell him about the dream, tell him about the dream. And then he began to go into this run where he says, I have a dream. He was casting a vision, and that vision got us excited. That vision got us excited about where he was going. Do you have a vision that can get people excited about where you're going? People have too many choices to settle for a vision that is uninspiring. And I believe this lack of vision is one of the 10 church killers. It's one of the things that is killing churches. And you will be able to download my new ebook coming out really soon called The 10 Church Killers. And this is going to be one of them, because when you don't have a clear vision, people will walk away. I learned this a long time ago. A confused mind always says no. When people are unclear about what you're asking them to do and what you're asking them to be a part of, they will default to no. And so our visions need to be clear enough to say, here's where we're going. Even Jesus had a clear vision. When he called the first disciples, he said, follow me and I will make you fishers of men. He made it, that's a clear vision. He said, look, if you decide to come and follow me, that's on you. He says, then I'm going to take responsibility for transforming who you are. And at the end of the day, just like you fishing for people, I'm going to teach you how to catch men. Just like you're fishing now, I'm going to teach you how to catch men. That's a clear vision. So you need a clear mission. You need a clear vision. Number 3, you need to be clear on what the needs are. What are the needs of your community? What are the needs of the people you're trying to reach? What are the needs of your church, right? Are you willing? Here's a difference maker. Let's go ahead and get honest. Let's just go ahead and get honest right here. Here's a difference maker for you. And this is going to decide what kind of leader you are. Are you willing to have the hard conversations about what's right and what's wrong in your church? Are you willing to have the hard conversations about what's right, what's good, and what's not so good about you as a leader? What are your strengths? Right? You're a good preacher. You love on people, but what are your weaknesses? You're not a planner. You're not administrative, right? This is going to make all the difference. You've got to learn to stop and assess where you are. You've got to learn to stop. Look, I just went through this process. I just started remaking everything. I'm remaking our website, which you can go and check out now at getchurchsystems.com. I remade all of our offers, how we sell, or what we have, how we minister to people, how we help them, what problems can we solve. I remade all of that because I stopped and I got feedback from the people we were serving. We just redid our onboarding process. And we did all of these things because we were assessing. We're constantly assessing. How are we doing? Are we doing well? All right. When you do an assessment, you might discover that you have spent the last 5 years investing in a strategy that's not working. It's just not working. It's just not happening. And you're investing your time into it. You're investing your energy into it. You're putting all of this stuff into it, and it's not working. It's just not working. And so you need to stop and you need to assess. You need to assess what needs to be addressed in our church, in my leadership, in our team, in our community. That's 4 levels: in you, in your team, in your church, and in your community. What needs to be addressed? You need to stop and you need to assess it. You don't want to spend all of your energy shooting at a target that no one is going to respond to, right? Let's say, I'll give you an example. I think of it like if I wanted to be an entrepreneur, I wanted to start a business. And I said, man, I'm really tired of that little red light that comes on my camera to let me know I'm recording. So you know what? I'm going to put a black sticker over it so I can't see it. Right. And imagine I want to create that product, but everybody else uses that button, that light as an indicator. They need to see it so they know when the camera's on. Right. And so if I put $1 million into solving that problem that nobody else wants to solve, I just wasted $1 million. Versus if I say, man, when I'm not using my camera, I want something that covers the lens. So just for extra security, to make sure that nobody's looking at me through my camera. See, that's a different problem. But you have to go through assessment in order to be able to identify exactly where people are. And that's one of the things that's a part of your strategic plan. You have a clear mission, a clear vision, but you also need to do an assessment of yourself, your team, your church, and your community. All right. Here's another thing that's a component of your strategic growth plan is you need to set goals. You need goals, right? And I love the term SMART goals. Goals that are specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're relevant, and they're time bound, right? You want to set specific goals. You need a target to aim at. I know we're aiming for the vision, but what are the things that we'll hit along the way? When we do the mission makeover, one of the things that we do in that mission makeover, or we do in our ministry map workshop, is that we give you a strategic set of goals. And we say, hey, on the way to your big vision, here are the things that you need to hit. If you hit these things on the way, eventually you'll find yourself at this destination. You need the same. You need goals, and you need them not just for yourself, but you need them for the people on your team. The people on your team need goals. The people on your team need to know, hey, here's where we're going. Here's what we're trying to achieve. Here's what we're trying to accomplish. You need those things, right? You need to make sure that you have goals in front of you that are going to hold you accountable, right? That's how you hold people accountable. You put goals on paper and you say, here's where we're going. Here's when I need us to be there. Now let's get it done. Now let's get it done. All right. That's how you hold people accountable, right? You don't hold people accountable by just expecting things of them. You don't hold them accountable by just hoping they do it. You hold them accountable by letting them know where we're going, charting the path, and saying, hey, here are the markers I need you to hit on the way. All right. Last part that I'll give you, last component of your strategic growth plan is you need support systems. You need support systems. If you're going to have a real plan to grow, you need to have the systems in place that will support you in getting there. As a church, as a business owner, what systems do you need? Right? Do you have a CRM or a CHMS? If you're a church management software. If you're a business, a customer relationship manager, right? Or a congregational relationship manager. Do you have a database where you can hold all your people? Do you have a blueprint through which you can text and email and communicate with people? Do you have all those things in place so that things can move forward? You need the systems to support where you're trying to go, right? If you're trying to add 100 people to your church in the next 1 year, you need the software and the systems to support that. You need the software and the systems to support that, because adding 100 people sounds great until you've got to do everything manually, until you've got to manually make phone calls, until you've got to manually reach out to them, until you've got to manually do all these things. Everything seems great until everything becomes manual. And so what you need to do is you need to figure out what kind of software or what kind of system support can you add to help you get where you need to go. All right, so let's recap key components of a strategic plan. You need a clear mission and vision. You need a community assessment. You need to do an assessment on yourself, your team, your church, and your community. You need to set SMART goals, and then you need the systems that will support you going where you're trying to go, or going where God has called you to go. All right. Here's another thing I want to give you. All right. Let's talk about now, if you understand, okay, here's the components of my strategic goal. Now let's talk about how to overcome common barriers to growth. Because I don't know if you know this, but there are some barriers to your growth. You've got some barriers to your growth. You know, you've got some serious things that are standing in front of you. And sometimes those barriers aren't what you think. Sometimes those barriers go beyond what you assume. Sometimes those barriers are, obstacles and issues, they're facility problems, they're location issues, but sometimes those barriers are mindsets. They're the way some people think. They're the way some people approach ministry. They're all these different things. So let's talk a little bit about how to overcome some of those barriers, all right? Number one, you need to identify your unique challenges. When you look at your church, what feels like it's in the way? If you could pray and say, God, man, if you would move this thing out of the way, it would change everything. What are the things that you would ask to be moved out of the way? You need to know what your challenges are. All right. But coming along with that, you cannot assume that somebody else's barriers are your barriers, right? I see this too often. Leaders who take the barriers that they see other people facing or talking about and assume, man, I got the same barriers. You don't have the same barriers, right? Like both of you might have 5 leaders, but you might have 5 focus leaders. You might have 5 leaders who fit exactly what you need right now, while somebody else might have 5 leaders who are just, they're tired and they're not in a space where they're ready to commit and to work and to do some stuff. Don't make other people's barriers your own. And don't make your barriers other people's. You need to identify what your unique barriers are. Like, what's your barrier? And I want you to chase it down to the lowest common denominator. All right, let me give you an example, right? Because maybe you're listening to you saying, man, my barrier is finances. If I had more resources, I could do more. And I want to say to you, I need you to dig deeper. Why don't you have finances? right? You need to be able to answer that question. And don't just hit me with the when my people don't give. Okay, why don't they give? Why don't they give? All right, here are some things to think about with that. You're talking about your people don't give and all of those kind of things. Let's wrestle with that a little bit. All right. Number one, are you teaching on giving multiple times a year? And are you teaching from a biblical perspective why we give? Tracing back to Melchizedek, coming forward into the law, going through Malachi, and coming into the dispensation of grace. Have you taught them why we give? Number two, have you connected giving to going? Can you show them what happens or what has happened when they've given in the past? Or can you even show them what you will do when they give? Because get this, most average people aren't as excited about church stuff as pastors are. So saying, man, when y'all give, we're going to have a bigger building. Okay. Like most people aren't as excited about that, especially in the emerging generations. They're not as excited about that. They're not as excited about the trinkets that sometimes we as pastors can be excited about. Can you connect them and show them the difference that we're going to make in the world when we give? Can you show them how you're going to leverage their resources to go on mission? Can you cast a vision for how many people we're going to feed? How many homeless we're going to help? How many naked we're going to clothe? How many prisoners we're going to visit? How many former addicts we're going to help rehabilitate? Can you connect their giving to a larger mission and vision? This is why I told you, you've got to have a clear vision. People need to know where you're going and what you're about to do. They need to be able to see it. They need to be able to know it. They need to be able to wrestle with it. Right. But that's one barrier. So you need to know what your challenges are. Right. You say it's lack of resource. Here's another common one. You say, man, my people don't want to move. My people don't want to change. Right. And that could be absolutely true. Right. But while that's a barrier, your bigger barrier could be that you have not yet gone out to reach the new people who would help you change the culture. Right. If you've got a church, let's say you got a church of 50 people, right? 50 to 100, wherever you are, just plug your number in there. If you've got a church of 50 people and they're stubborn and or they're hurt or they're gun shy because either you've tried things in the past that didn't work or previous pastors have tried things in the past that didn't work or whatever it is, or you've got a church full of people who are from a generation who did everything and now they tired and they don't want to do nothing. Right. And you're saying, man, they're resistant to change. They just won't go with me. If you've got a church of 50 people that's like that, let me tell you how easy it is to change that culture. You go reach 50 new people. You go reach 50 new people. And I know, man, I bring these new people in here. The old people going to run them off. They're going to do this. Man, first of all, you got to pray, but then you got to get creative, man. Like if you've got a traditional service at 11 o'clock, and, it's, traditional people and all of that kind of stuff like that. Well, what if you added a 1 o'clock PM service and said, with this 1 PM service, we want to do a contemporary service or whatever you want to call it. And you go out there and you scrounge up some people who will go with you. You go find get your musician on board and say, man, look, can you just sing these type of songs for me? Get you a praise team together instead of a choir. And you say, hey, look, we're going to stand out and we're going to do this, whatever it may be. Like you do that and then you go get those new people and you bring them in and you plug them in, man. And you have fun with those new people and watch how fast the stuck people become unstuck when they see how much fun and how much joy there is in this new group. I'm just giving you an idea, right? My point is this. Is you got to know what your challenges are, but don't just stop at what you see on the surface. Don't just stop at complaining about the big thing that you see in front of you. Move forward into getting down into the nitty gritty of what the real issue is. Maybe it's not we don't have enough money. Maybe it's that we simply haven't taught enough on giving. Maybe it's not that our people won't move with us. Maybe We are trying to change people who have been a certain way for 50, 60 years. And what the solution is to go out and to reach the next wave, right? You gotta start to grab that. You gotta start to grab that. As I get older, I have more people in my life who are also older. And what I've learned, man, once you get to a certain age, like a part of the gift that I give you is the freedom to be who you are. Like expecting you to make a full change at 70 and 80 and 90 years old is just unrealistic. And so what you've got to do is you got to figure out what the real issues are and, develop a solution to go forward. All right. So you've got to go beyond those barriers because you can. I'm telling you, you can. You can do it. You can get to the other side of it, but you've got to be willing to be creative. You've got to be willing to do things and to see things differently. You've got to be willing to say, I'm not scared to try some new things to go forward. Right. And if you don't know what to do for yourself, get some help. All right. So now you know the components, you're identifying your growth barriers, and now let's talk about implementation. How once you have a plan, how do you implement it? Implement it, man. I feel like I'm giving y'all so much value in this episode. Like this is a whole masterclass right here. Like I'm giving you everything. All right. So now, how do you implement it? Right now that you know what it is, now that you got it in front of you, how do you actually implement this thing, right? How do you actually take the steps and begin to go forward? All right. So here's a couple of things you need to do. Number one is you need to get this plan on paper. You need to get it on paper. This cannot be something that's just rolling around in your head. You need to get it on paper. And I say on paper, you can put it, on your computer, you could type it up, whatever it is, but you need to get a plan down, man. You need to get a plan locked in that says, hey, look, here's who we are, here's where we're going. You need to get that plan on paper so it's you can easily share it with other people when the time is right. Right. You need to get that thing on paper. So when other people come saying, how can I help? How can I be a part? You want to make sure that you have everything they need. And a part of that is getting it down on paper. All right. But then once you get it on paper, now you need to begin to look at it and begin to ask yourself, where do people fit? You have people around you, have teams around you. How do they fit into the plan that God is giving you? How do they fit? How do they partner up with that thing? How do they come alongside that thing and be a part of what it is that God is inviting and asking you to do? You need to know. You need to know how people fit in. You need to know how people plug in. You need to know how others can support you and how you can support them in doing and being what God has called them to be. All right. So you've got to know exactly where people fit. All right. Here's another part of that. You need to know who you need. Right. Who does help look like? This is good. I need you to get this. Who does help look like? I know we often say, what does help look like? But who does help look like? You need to think about who you need to come alongside you and partner with you for what God's called you to do. When God has called you to do something, he very rarely calls you to do it alone. So you need to ask, who is it that God has called to come and partner with you? And so if you're going to implement this well, you need to understand the people you need. And once you understand who they are, then you need to be prepared to bring them in and to allow them to fulfill the part of the strategic plan that God has given you. And that just comes with clarity. Again, if you do all the things before, the implementation becomes much, much easier. But you've got to know who they are, right? You've got to be prepared to actually do this and to put it in place, all right? And then here's the next thing you're going to do. If you're going to implement this plan, if you're going to implement your strategic plan, you need to have a map. You need to have a map. And what I mean by that is I would suggest breaking your plan into phases. What's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5? What are the phases that you need to go through in order to achieve this plan? Because it's not going to happen all at once. And in my experience, people will get overwhelmed and afraid and scared if you give them too much at once. And so you need to know who can handle seeing the whole plan and who can only handle seeing it a phase at a time. To say, okay, look, here's what we're doing for the next 3 months. Here's what we're doing the 3 months after that, blah, blah, blah. So you need to break that thing out and you need to put it through. All right. And here's another thing that you need to do. If you're going to implement this strategic plan, you have got to lead. You've got to lead, because if this thing is going to be seen through, you've got to be willing to lead. And leading means delegating, but also it means following up. It means that you're going to have times where it feels like you're chasing after people to get them to do what you've already assigned them to do or what they've already agreed to do. Sometimes it's going to feel that way. Sometimes it's going to feel like that, but you've got to keep on going. Sometimes it's going to feel like that, but you've got to keep on pushing. You've got to keep on moving forward. You've got to keep on taking the next step. You cannot give up on this thing because what's on the other side is so valuable that it's worth it. I cannot tell you how many times, how many partners I've worked with, but I had to call them multiple times. And they get on the phone, we get on the call, and they go like, "Yeah, man, this is good. I'm ready. I want to do this, but I need like a day or two. Give me a day or two to talk to somebody." And I call them back in a day or two, and they don't answer. I call them back in a week. I don't hear back from them. And sometimes, man, there have been people who I've talked to, and they've been on my email list for a year, and then all of a sudden they pop up and say, "You know what? We ready to sign." But I never stopped emailing them. I never stopped texting them. I never stopped reaching out. And because I never stopped, it eventually pays off. And leadership is often the same way. You've got to be willing to keep on getting in the mud with your team, to keep on getting in the mud with your people until it comes to pass. And one of the reasons that you're doing that is because you're constantly monitoring progress. You're constantly saying, okay, where are we on this? Is this working? If it's not working, then you shift to something else. If it's not working, then you go to a different thing. If it's not working, then you go to the next part and you let that thing continue to evolve into what God has called it to be. But you have got to be willing to lead. All right, listen, we're going to close out. I really wanted to take some time and to give you this and to make sure you had it, but I want to give you a gift. I want to give you a free gift today. I want to give you my new ebook, one of my new ebooks, because I told you I got two of them, but one of my new ebooks called The Church Growth Blueprint. And it is a book that's all about transforming lives one invitation at a time. Basically, what I did is that I took my experience. I had invited 3 random strangers to church. They came to church, and within a week, they were 28 people in our church because those 3 brought us a whole lot more. And so I want to show you how it happened, and I want to show you how to get there. And so if you click the link that's in the description, I'm going to give you access to this new ebook, The Church Growth Blueprint. And in this ebook, you'll be able to get all the secrets. You'll be able to learn all the different things that you need to learn in order to see how to move this thing forward. Because here's my hope. My hope is that with this episode, you're inspired to go put together your church growth blueprint, that you're inspired to go put together your own strategic growth plan to move the needle forward. And if you need some help, that's okay. Look down in the description. You can click that link and you can check out our website and you can see all the different ways that we're serving churches. We've got the mission makeover where we will walk with you. I'll do a 45-minute call with you. And after that call, I'm going to put together a custom mission and vision document just for you. I'm going to help you get clarity in that area. We've got our church systems templates. If you need a specific system, you say, look, I just need help with volunteers, or I just need help with generosity, or I just need help with planning our worship service. You can go and you can get all of our systems templates, our entire blueprint, whichever you need. You don't have to get all of them. You just get them one. They're a la carte. You can get that. We've got our ministry map makeover, which is a workshop that we do with your team. We can do it virtually or in person, where I interview you, I talk to you, I get to know who you are, and I put together the full strategic plan for you. All the things that we just talked about, I put together the full strategic plan for you, whether I come to you on site or we do it online, whatever it is. We plan a whole weekend where we help you do just that. And then number 4, we've got our church systems boot camp, which is our 12-month coaching program where I get to walk with you and your team for 12 straight months. Is that we meet every week. We give you access to all of our systems, all of our documents, all our templates, all of our SOPs, all of our job descriptions. We give you access to everything all in one place, so we can do that. And then finally, we have a brand new offering, which is called the Virtual XP. And that's basically where you can have me as your executive pastor, where I will meet with your team, coach your team, hold them accountable, train them, and raise up. If you have somebody who you think will be your XP eventually, I will actually help train and raise them up to come alongside you and to make a difference. All right. So whatever you need, all you got to do is click below and we'll do our best to help you take those next steps. Listen, I know that this has been a blessing to you. If you've watched this long, you've listened this long, this has been a blessing to you. So now it's time for you to take the next step and to move into putting together your strategic growth plan. Listen, until next time, keep the gears